Chapter 482. The Last Divine Temple. Rêverie. How did this work? The few people that wanted to take advantage of Ling Han were disappointed. Ling Han had a flying tool, yet they could only run on their feet, unable to rely on Ling Han to block perils for them. They immediately gave up on following, and when they turned around, 3 people walked out in a flash. These 3 people looked 30 years old, all male, and emitted a shocking presence, making everyone bow down and lower their heads involuntarily. Flower Blossom Tier Warriors. Respects to Lord Miao, Lord Gu, and Lord Gung. Everyone knelt on one knee, paying respects to those 3 people. Miao Qi Si, Gu Yuan Liang, Gung Jing Shang were figures on the prodigy roll several generations ago, who had now advanced into the Flower Blossom tier, becoming mainstays of each of their own sects. They might even advance into the spiritual infant tier and become the most powerful figures in the North region. Miao Qi Si raised his hand, signaling everyone to rise. His gaze was the same as Gu Yuan Liang and Gung Jing Shang, fixed on the divine temple at the mountaintop. Let's go! Gu Yuan Liang tapped the ground with his feet, his figure floating into the air, while Miao Qi Si and Gung Jing Shang also followed. Haha, with the 3 Flower Blossom tier elites' appearance, even if Ling Han discovered treasure, he wouldn't be able to get it, someone said gloatingly. Humph, just a Flower Blossom tier puppet, it can't possibly be compared to a true Flower Blossom tier. So what if he's an heaven-grade alchemist? Adventuring in a mystery realm, no one needs to give them face. That's right, as an alchemist, he should just stick to refining pills. Quite a few people chimed in, all envious of Ling Han. The rock spirit might look a bit foolish and its explosive power starting out was a bit weak, but once its speed increased, it wasn't any slower than a Flower Blossom tier warrior. They arrived at the mountaintop after only a few minutes. The massive golem landed while the 3 of them leapt down. Although there were various living creatures in this layer, the space wasn't too large. Ling Han had already scanned the surroundings while in the sky, and didn't discover any stairway that led to the 4th layer. In other words, this layer was the last layer. His guess was quite right. This last divine temple had a great possibility of revealing the secrets about this place. The golden divine temple was 30 m tall and gold all over, just like the large divine temple outside but shrunken by 10-fold. Small rock, you take the vanguard. Ling Han patted the rock spirit. The rock spirit naturally wouldn't object, walking at the forefront. The 3 followed closely behind. With a Flower Blossom tier rock spirit blocking the front, Ling Han had enough assurance to store Guang Yuan, Yu Kai Yu, and the rock spirit at the most dangerous time. Beyond expectations, the inside of the divine temple was made of golden walls, extremely bright and unlike those black temples which were empty. There were stone pillars here, only a meter tall and with the top forged into an empty basin shape. The entire divine temple only had 1 layer, so the space was extremely large. Walking inside made the 3 feel their own insignificance. There were no supportive pillars inside the temple. It simply relied on the 3 walls leaning against each other to support the weight. Rows of stone pillars reached the center of the divine temple where a hexagonal object was suspended in midair, circling continuously extremely strange. So fragrant. The 3 of them wrinkled their noses. Eat. The rock spirit also sent Ling Han a thought, but it stared at the stone pillars on the ground. Go eat. Ling Han waved his hand. But don't bloat yourself. The rock spirit was instantly extremely delighted, diving in front of a stone pillar. Its head cracked open, as if opening a large mouth, biting towards the basin. With a snap, it bit off half the stone basin and began to gnaw on it, eating delightfully. The 3 of them ran to the closest stone pillar closest to the hexagonal object, and saw that the stone basin actually had a tiny bit of milky white liquid within it which was emitted the surprising fragrance. What's this thing? Yu Kai Yu asked. Ling Han shook his head and said, I don't know either, but I'm sure that it's definitely absolute spiritual liquid, which possesses extremely great value. So you guys can get lost. A cold voice sounded as Miao Qi Si and the other 2 took large strides over, clearly not caring about Ling Han's heaven-grade alchemist identity. In the outside world, heaven-grade alchemists naturally had a status that surpassed the norm, but when contending for treasure, all was based on strength. It was impossible for others to surrender treasures just because someone else was the son of a shattering void tier. It was the same for heaven-grade alchemist. Ling Han said to Guang Yuan and Yu Kai Yu, "You guys store away the spiritual liquid." He turned around, waved at the rock spirit, and said, "Small rock, come, time to fight." The rock spirit was somewhat reluctant as it was eating delightfully. But who made it acknowledge Ling Han as its master? It instinctively glared fiercely at Miao Qi and the others. It was these three who interrupted its delicious meal, making it extremely angry. Seeing the mysterious patterns on the rock spirit, Miao Qi and the others said in astonishment, "A puppet?" They naturally saw those patterns as formation patterns. They could feel the golem's power, emitting a presence that they didn't dare to look down upon. "Master Ling, you might be an alchemy genius that the world reveres, but since entering the historic site to contend, you'll need to have awareness as a martial artist." Gu Yuan Liang opened up. "If you force me to attack, I won't show mercy." Ling Han cracked a smile and said, "Is that right?" "Stop." Seeing Guang Yuan and Yu Kai Yu take out a jade bottle to receive the spiritual liquid within the stone basin, there was no way Miao Qi and the others could hold back, attacking one after another to stop them from taking the spiritual liquid. "Ang!" The rock spirit roared angrily and attacked towards them, while Ling Han unleashed the demon birth sword and activated the thunder battle armor, slashing at the three large hands of origin power. Pooh! As sword chi waved, Ling Han sliced open the three large hands of origin power, not letting them hit Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan. However, he was only at the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and even with the thunder battle armor's protection, he still couldn't bear the immense shock. Wah! He hacked out blood. It was just like 3 lives corpse casket. Even a shattering void tier elite couldn't possibly crush the casket, but if a heaven tier elite lay inside, they'd definitely be pounded into pulp with shock waves. Being able to block a direct attack and counteracting the power of the impact were two different things. Ling Han was in unexpectedly high spirits. With the protection of the thunder battle armor, he could endure such an impact, and as long as it wasn't a one-hit kill, he could immediately restore to as he was with the recovery power of the indestructible Heaven Scroll. Of course, it was most important that he cultivated the Iron Sheep body. If anyone else came, he would be heavily injured with the protection of the thunder battle armor. After all, Flower Blossom tier beings were way too powerful. "Then let's battle," Ling Han said. Chapter 483. Head-on fight against 2 great Flower Blossom tier opponents. Rêverie. A mere second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier opponent actually dared to say he'd battle Flower Blossom tier 1. Show bold was that. Very bold. If it were someone else, this would definitely be an idiotic action, but severing 3 Flower Blossom tier attacks with on strike displayed his remarkable strength. That would be naturally bold. "I've long heard Master Ling's battle prowess is astonishing, and you once fired out battle prowess of spiritual infant tier 20 stars on the Prodigy Battles test relying on a spirit tool. Looks like it wasn't fake," Miao Qi said indifferently. Gu Yuan Liang and Gung Jingshang's expressions were grave. Even if Ling Han fired out such terrifying battle prowess relying on a spiritual infant tier law decree, how many spiritual infant tier warriors could possess 20 stars battle prowess? At least, such a person was unheard of in the North region. Sealing power with a law decree, it could be fired at any time and any place. This was certainly an extremely great coercive weapon, but the problem was how could a sealed attack be truly comparable to a spiritual infant tier's battle prowess? To seal battle prowess of 20 stars spiritual infant tier, how strong would that spiritual infant tier have to be? One who possessed 21 stars spiritual infant tier? Was that possible? There were no deity transformation tier beings in the North region. Very strange. Subsequently, when the news got out, most people didn't quite believe it, assuming that it was exaggerated to bootlick Ling Han, who was a heaven-grade alchemist. However, Ling Han actually extinguished the attacks of 3 great Flower Blossom tier opponents. This made Miao Qi and the others reconsider that Ling Han might actually have a deity transformation law decree. Perhaps it might have been brought over from Middle State. Heaven-grade alchemists naturally had such reputation. They couldn't underestimate Ling Han. "Master Ling, why harm our relationship? How about we split the spiritual liquid?" Miao Qi suggested. Ling Han laughed and then said, "I'll hear you out. How do we split it?" "Obviously, the 4 of us each get a portion," Gu Yuan Liang interjected. Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan weren't content, but in front of Flower Blossom tier warriors, they had no right to bargain, being forced to keep their resentment to themselves. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "You guys don't look handsome, but your thoughts sure are. Master Ling, you might be a heaven-grade alchemist, but only with cultivation of the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Contesting for treasures in mystery realms, everyone looks not at status, but at strength." Miao Qi said coldly, obviously unwilling to give up on the spiritual liquid. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Since it's based on strength, then why do you guys have talked so much nonsense? Isn't this wasting my time? How arrogant." Miao Qi and the others were furious. Heaven-grade alchemists were certainly high in status, but you hadn't even formed your own force. Shouldn't you be a little low-key? Moreover, this was a mystery realm. Was it really wise for you to be so arrogant? You might get killed and no one would know who did it.
Then Master Ling, excuse me,
Gung Jingshang said balefully. Although Ling Han extinguished their attack with one strike, it was an attack the three fired in passing and Ling Han was injured. Hacking blood repeatedly did the immense gap in strength need to be spelled out. "Small rock, beat the crap out of them," Ling Han ordered. Hong. Without a word, the rock spirit charged over and attacked viciously. It was in an extremely bad mood. While it was happily eating, they suddenly came over and interrupted it. Though could it not be enraged? It wished to immediately beat them to the ground so that it could continue to eat rocks. Miao Qi intercepted the rock spirit and said, "You guys get the spiritual liquid, leave this puppet to me." "All right." Gu Yuanliang and Gung Jingshang both nodded. With two flower blossom tier warriors joining hands, what tricks could merely three spiritual pedestal tier foes pull?
"Master Han, what do we do?"
Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan both asked.
"Dress it cold,"
Ling Han said smilingly. "Brother Yu, please hurry with the spiritual infant tier law decree." Yu Kai Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. So soon and he had to use another spiritual infant tier law decree? You thought this was brought by a gust of wind? Even if he was the sole son of Yu family in this generation, his ancestor only granted him 3 law decrees. First, the materials were too rare, and second, to refine one, a spiritual infant tier would need 1 month's time to recover later, so it couldn't possibly be mass-produced. However, confronted with flower blossom tier cultivators, if he wanted to protect the treasure, he could only fend them off with his trump card. While contesting for treasures, it was useless no matter how great one's background was. This was the rule of martial arts: one could be secretly killed as long as the secret could be concealed. Yu Kai Yu revealed a spiritual infant tier law decree and yelled, "Don't force me to use the ultimate move." Gu Yuanliang sneered and said, "If it were a spiritual infant tier warrior that personally came, we would naturally retreat, but a mere law decree? Humph." He shook his head. After a law decree was activated, only one attack could be fired, and dodging it would be the end of it. Conversely, did they not have spiritual infant tier law decrees? Ling Han reached out to block and said, "Don't waste, it's only 2 guys at the 3rd layer of the flower blossom tier. There's no need to use law decrees yet." Pooh! What did he mean by, only 2 guys at the 3rd layer of the flower blossom tier? Once past this threshold, one would surpass mortals. So how could mortals possibly rival those of the flower blossom tier? Gu Yuanliang and Gung Jingshang were naturally extremely displeased. Even Guang Yuan and Yu Kai Yu somewhat forced a smile, feeling that Ling Han spoke a bit too boldly. Ling Han waved his hand and said, "You guys step back for now, let me take on these 2. Such arrogance! Gu Yuanliang attacked, swatting at Ling Han. This time he was serious, firing out a large hand of origin power that countless vein-like patterns waved around. This was flower blossom tier martial intent, drawing spiritual chi from heaven and earth to drastically increase the power in this palm. Flower blossom tier beings were infinitely stronger than spiritual pedestal tier ones because they could draw spiritual chi from heaven and earth to increase their battle prowess. So no matter how much of a genius one was, such a gap couldn't be overcome. How could a man's power rival that of heaven and earth? Unless one could gather the power of the nation, borrowing other forms of power to contend against the power of heaven and earth. Hong Long Long. The massive hand came assaulting with supreme power. Ling Han fully activated the thunder battle armor as circles of lightning spread out. He never thought of fighting against a flower blossom tier elite with his own strength. He obviously had to rely on the thunder battle armor, and iron sheet body was another trump card of his. What, lightning again? Yu Kai Yu stroked his chin, and began pondering. Is it possible? Could it be that this is the Thunder Battle Armor? But isn't the Thunder Battle Armor junior disciple Han's? Lady Li and old brother Guang follow him. Could junior disciple Han and Master Ling know each other and have quite a good relationship? His brains were extremely thick, never thinking of the possibility that Ling Han and Han Lin could be the same person. Hong! The Flower Blossom Tier warrior's large hand came crashing but was blocked by the lightning barrier. Pa pa pa, as the lightning flashed fiercely, the large hand was bombed into pieces. Wah! Ling Han hacked out blood again. The direct power of the bombardment was nullified by the lightning barrier, but the shock wave produced by the immense power couldn't be cancelled. After all, the battle armor wasn't truly activated. Gu Yuanliang and Gung Jingshang were both shocked their attacks were blocked again. Ling Han smiled and pointing at Miao Qi said, "Your companion can't hold out much longer." The two turned their heads and were shocked again to see that Miao Qi was completely suppressed by the puppet. Circumstances were critical. Chapter 484. Superbug King. Rêverie. The rock spirit was a living spirit birthed by heaven and earth, and was definitely not weaker than king tier beasts of the same tier, maybe even a bit stronger, possessing terrifying power and recovery power. Although it had just advanced into the Flower Blossom tier, its battle prowess was at least 5 stars. In contrast, Miao Qi was at the 3rd layer of the Flower Blossom tier, but his battle prowess was but 4 stars. One still shouldn't underestimate him. Being able to battle surpassing 1 star in the Flower Blossom tier was already very impressive and could be called a genius feat. Sadly, why'd he have to encounter the rock spirit? His attacks hit the rock spirit's body, only breaking off a few pebbles, and in the next moment, the pebbles flew back automatically like nothing had happened. But, what if he were to take a punch from the rock spirit? Then he'd definitely spit blood ceaselessly. Fighting on like this, Miao Qi would definitely end up tragically defeated. Gu Yuanliang and Gung Jingshang were both stupefied. This puppet's recovery power was too powerful, and even if they unleashed a spiritual infant tier law decree, would they truly be able to heavily damage this puppet? The key was it really worth to expend a law decree to contend for some spiritual liquid? Miao Qi was also hesitating, but such hesitation was also more and more disadvantageous for him. He was hit by the rock spirit's punch, and although he crossed his arms to protect his face, the massive power still sent him flying. With a loud sound, he rammed into the hexagonal object at the center of the divine temple, shaking that object violently. Miao Qi struggled to climb up, but suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Even his face began to twist. His previously ruddy face immediately turned dreadfully pale, and even his eyes sunk inwards. He was absolutely appalled, and as he shook his right hand, a law decree appeared. Without hesitation, he pressed it at the object behind him. The law decree burned and a large fiery red hand materialized, shooting at the hexagonal object. Lethal power overflowed. This was an attack of spiritual infant tier. Gu Yuanliang and Gung Jingshang were both shocked and confused. If Miao Qi had used a law decree, shouldn't he have fired it towards the rock spirit, and not towards the hexagonal object behind him? Was he muddled from banging his head? Miao Qi was also very close, so this attack would also affect him. No matter how it looked, it was a suicidal action. Hong! The flames swirled and the terrifying power pounded. Pong, 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 pong. The stone pillars here were broken one by one. Ling Han was unrestrained as he spread out blood-sucking origin gold, sweeping back all the broken stone pillars and storing them into the Black Tower. The rock spirit instantly broke into a crooked smile. It obviously knew Ling Han wouldn't fight with it for rocks to eat. When the flames disappeared, what was left of Miao Qi was obviously a burnt corpse. Involved in a spiritual infant tier attack at such a close range, even a person at the 9th layer of the Flower Blossom tier wouldn't have survived. Unless the person was as freakish as Ling Han, possessing defense like Iron Sheet Body, and super defense like the Thunder Battle Armor. The hexagonal object actually changed. It was originally all black like a piece of black gold, but now it was burned to transparency as if it had turned into amber. When Ling Han and the others saw the scene inside the object, all of them were ineffably shocked. Under the amber, a human-shaped being was locked by 18 iron chains. The iron chains were fastened to the ground, but the strange thing was that no one had noticed it earlier. Above the being was a massive blood-sucking bug. It had a thick and long mouthpart that pierced through the being's heart, as if sucking its blood. This human-shaped being had a body of red hair and was as thin as a match. Apparently, its blood had been sucked clean. The blood-sucking bug was actually a meter long and its wings were golden. It was clearly extracting blood, yet it gave people a feeling of sacredness. How strange. However, it was still puzzling that Miao Qi used a law decree to fire at the piece of amber, unhesitatingly taking his own life too. Besides, what material was this amber made of for it to actually receive a spiritual infant tear attack without being damaged at all? Ling Han stared at the blood-sucking bug and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The blood-sucking bugs evidently had higher tier the larger they were. The fist-sized blood-sucking bug was already at the flower blossom tier, and now this one was a meter long. So what tier was it? The heaven tier? The shattering void tier? Or possibly even God tier? If this mystery realm was removed from the God realm, then it wasn't impossible for a God tier being to appear. There were two large monsters here, which were the blood-sucking bug and the red-haired beasts. Now the two monsters appeared at the deepest part of the divine temple, yet seemed incompatible like fire and water. What exactly did it forebode? And previously, why did Miao Qi act suicidal? Just when everyone was puzzled, the Super Bug King's eyes blinked, and its body began to lift up. Not that it was fluttering its wings, but the amber that cemented it began to float, as if unable to break away from the fetters. Once it rose, the red-haired beast fell out from the amber, and onto the ground with a thud while the 18 iron chains let out a crisp sound. This scene looked extremely strange no matter how one looked at it. Ling Han stared at the 18 iron chains, which seemed normal, but once examined closely, turned out to be decorated with patterns that lit up slightly, as if they were divine chains. Mosteram! Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan both shouted. The Superbug King flew over shakily, but its speed was truly ridiculously slow. Gu Yuan Liang waved his hand and attacked with a slash. It struck the amber, yet had no effect, only making the Superbug King turn its attention towards him. The thick and long mouthpart pointed at him, and as it sucked fiercely, a terrifying absorption force was instantly transmitted. Gu Yuan Liang had no power to resist at all, flying towards the piece of amber. He was obviously greatly shocked, wanting to fly away, but couldn't rival the terrifying absorption power. With a pu, he rammed onto the amber and the sharp mouthpiece instantly pierced his heart. In an instant, his entire body was like a leaked water bag, rapidly shriveling, and his face became dreadfully pale like his entire body was being sucked empty. A dignified flower blossom tier elite was actually instantly sucked dry of all his blood. However, the flower blossom tier beings were still stubbornly strong. Gu Yuan Liang took out a spiritual infant tier law decree from a spatial ring, and just like Miao Qi, he pressed it at the Bug King behind him. Hong, this time, a freezing power swept freely, and the inside of the entire divine temple was covered with ice. At the center of the impact was the piece of amber. It was obviously completely frozen. Gu Yuan Liang couldn't escape, either. His entire body was frozen, and his face seemed to show a relieved expression. Just now, had Miao Qi also tried to take the Bug King down with him because his blood was being sucked dry? However, the Bug King's mouthpart was clearly stabbed into the red-haired beast's body, so how did it suck dry his blood? The layer of ice on the amber instantly shattered along with Gu Yuan Liang's corpse. The Bug King flew up slowly and turned its focus on the other peeplight was completely unharmed. Chapter 485. Escape. Rêverie. Go! The four who were alive hesitated no more. This Bug King was definitely not something they could rival. Not to mention that it was cemented in amber and even spiritual infant tear attacks couldn't hurt it. If it weren't for the amber acting as a seal, its speed would probably increase by countless times. That would truly be complete annihilation. It'd be even impossible to run. The Divine Temple's most important role was giving sacrificial offerings. So could the ancient people's target of sacrificial offerings be this Bug King? But if this Bug King was held aloft, why would it be sealed within amber? What the hell was that red-haired beast? The Bug King was obviously sucking the red-haired beast's blood earlier, but after so many years, had it still not extracted all the blood? Thinking of this, Ling Han couldn't help but be shocked. That red-haired beast might not be dead. Too strange. This place was too strange. While his thoughts flew, they already fled the Divine Temple. The Bug King was in hot pursuit, flying out shakily as it sucked towards them. Fortunately, its speed was too slow. The four only had to look at the changes in its movement and could immediately react, definitely not allowing its mouth part to point towards oneself. After rushing out of the divine temple, Gung Jingxing immediately flew away. At the very moment, he forgot to demand the spiritual liquid from Ling Han and the others. His life was more important. Ling Han and the others jumped onto the rock spirit and flew away. The rock spirit turned its head while it flew, still thinking about those stone pillars inside the temple. For it, those were greatly tonic things. The Bug King was still chasing, but its speed was too slow. It was being left further and further behind, and in the end, it was only a small dot in the distance. Xiao, Gung Jingshang and the rock spirit already flew to the entrance of the third layer. At this moment, there were still several people waiting here. Seeing them return, they all revealed curious looks, obviously wanting to know what was inside the divine temple. However, the quick-witted people immediately discovered that 3 flower blossom tier warriors had gone together, but only Gung Jingshang returned. Which meant,
Lord Gung.
Someone insensible approached to get in a conversation. Gung Jingsheng immediately lashed out and slapped the person flying, directly going into the passageway, returning to the second layer. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "If you guys don't want to die, hurry up and leave. Don't ask why, I don't have time to explain to you guys." As he said so, he, Xueqi Yu, and Guang Yuan also entered the second layer. At the stairway of the second layer, there were still 7 red-haired beasts guarding the place, but since Gung Jingshang was the first to appear, the 7 red-haired beasts chased after him. Discovering that the 3 of them appeared, 4 of the red-haired beasts continued to chase Gung Jingshang while 3 others ran over, roaring at the 3 of them.
What the heck are you roaring for?
Ling Han flew out. A sword light swept past and pu. 3 red-haired beasts were immediately sliced into bits and pieces.
Go!
He didn't pause at all, continuing to charge forward. The Bug King behind was too fierce, and if it caught up to them, the odds would definitely be against them. Behind him, other people also ran out. These people didn't know why they were running, but even a flower blossom tier elite fled, so dangers here were obviously extremely terrifying. Suddenly, a dark cloud swept over and everyone was instantly shocked at it was a swarm of blood-sucking bugs. Just when everyone was preparing to battle, a strange scene emerged. The swarm of bugs actually ignored them and flew towards the stairway of the second layer, and into the space of the third layer. Everyone instantly sighed in relief, but Ling Han's expression changed drastically as he suddenly shouted, "Get onto the small rock, full speed ahead!" The swarm of bugs entered the third layer. It was extremely likely to be because of the Super Bug King's command, and although the big fellow might move slowly, what if the entire swarm of bugs carried it? Xueqi Yu and Guang Yuan also thought of this possibly and were instantly scared pale, hurriedly jumping onto the rock spirit. The large fellow didn't flew, simply storing power in its legs, and Xiao leapt forward several hundreds of meters. Flying wasn't the fastest, only having advantage when crossing over terrain. On a flat stretch of land, for a power type like the rock spirit, the explosive power of its 2 feet was evidently faster. The other people were all confused as to why the 3 of them were scared to that degree, even running away while riding a flower blossom tier puppet. Some were smart, thinking of how even 2 great flower blossom tier elites were lost inside. The third layer possibly contained some terrifying monster. They hesitated no more, hurriedly taking out a spirit talisman and sticking it on their body. Instantly, their bodies sped up, and rocketed towards the entrance of the first layer. Some people weren't willing to waste one, moving along at their original pace.
Who?
The swarm of bugs returned from the third layer. Countless bugs revolved around a piece of amber, carrying it and chasing people at a high speed. The few people that lagged behind were soon surrounded by the swarm. The Super Bug King attacked, and one by one, those people were all turned into dried people. The entire swarm almost didn't stop, continuing to chase towards the people in front. Wang, in the divine temples on the way, swarms of bugs flew out and joined the Super Bug King's troops, making this army even more shocking. It also scared the sense out of those behind, running for their lives. The rock spirit ran swiftly and very soon ran neck and neck with Gung Jing Yuan, making the flower blossom tier elite's viciousness erupt. They wanted to make the 3 remain. In a run and chase, You didn't have to run the fastest as long as someone was slower than you. Making the three of them stay would naturally earn him a bit more time. However, thinking of how terrifying the rock spirit was, he gave up on the idea of attacking and focused all origin power on running. The first layer's entrance was already in sight. Xiao, they entered one after another and then ran separately towards an entrance.
Not good, where's Lady Lu?
You suddenly recalled something. Didn't Li Si-chan stay in the first layer earlier?
It's fine, she already left,
Ling Han said without thinking. Yu was skeptical, but since Ling Han said so, he could only believe it. In a short while, others fled from the entrance. After a few seconds, swarms upon swarms of blood-sucking bugs flew out, as if covering heaven and earth. And at the end, several hundreds of fist-sized bug kings surrounded the amber, serving as foil for the super bug king. Hong, the swarm of bugs scattered, flying out towards three separate exits.
Led by the rock spirit, the three of them ran out of the divine temple within a few minutes and were now at the lake bed.
This time, they had no time to slowly climb the rocks. The rock spirit ascended into the air and brought them towards the shore. At this time, there were some people who had just arrived and looked astoundingly at the grand divine temple in the lake. Run, there's a big guy at the bottom. If you guys don't run now, you'll be done for. Ling Han shouted.
It's Master Ling.
Someone recognized Ling Han. Seeing Ling Han run with such haste, some people chose to believe it, but some believed otherwise. Not only did they not plan to leave, they were going down to venture. With a moment, countless blood-sucking bugs flew out, and when the bug kings also appeared, it would be an unavoidable massacre. Chapter 486. The Whole Story. Rêverie. In the divine temple on the third layer, inside the golden temple that was 10 times smaller, 18 iron chains locked a red-haired beast that didn't move for a long while, as if a dead man. But after an endless amount of time, a speck of red light surged on its body. It was a drop of blood. Originally, the blood-sucking bug king's mouth part was stabbed into its heart, and once a drop of blood formed, it would be extracted. Now the blood king was gone, and this fresh drop of blood could stay. A miraculous scene appeared. As the fresh blood circulated, the red-haired beast actually glowed with vitality. The red hair on its body kept retreating, showing a dreadfully pale skin that stuck tightly to the bones. The creature was actually a female, but she was now like a dried corpse, without a single hair. Her appearance could only be said to be scary and frightening. However, after a long while, the second drop of blood formed, and circulated through her entire body. Her vitality was now even more exuberant as her skin became moist and smooth, while her buttocks and bosom rounded up. Long strands of red hair grew till the buttocks and covered her private parts, leaving a hazy view. She was a stunning woman with red lips like fire and delicate features like a painting, filled with coquettish seductiveness. Pooh! A pair of black wings spread out on her back in the shape of bat wings, which were each 3 meters long and without a single feather. She stretched herself, appearing somewhat indolent, but making her impressive places stand out even more. Ding, ding, dang, dang, the iron chains rattled. She clapped her hands and said, "Trapped this lady for 10 millennia, it's been so boring." Without the blood-devouring bug suppression, these demon suppression chains can't trap this lady any longer. She sent out her soul spirit in detection mode and suddenly burst into laughter. She said to herself, Wind Wing clan suppressed this lady but feared that killing this lady would enrage powerful clansmen who'd wipe them out. Simply suppressing this lady and using the blood-devouring bug king to extract this lady's blood essence, not allowing this lady the chance to escape. It said that the Wind Wing clan and the blood-devouring bug king entered into a contract, with Wind Wing clan forever enshrining the blood-devouring bug clan in exchange for the blood-devouring bug king's suppression of this lady. Who would have thought that several millennia ago Wind Wing clan stopped their worship? It's no wonder that Bug King burst into fury. Strange, why does this lady feel that this isn't Wind Wing clan's ancient land, but like it's been pushed into some abnormal space? Whatever, the priority is to escape. Then find that human youngster. This lady senses that there's some amazing treasure on him. The three of them continued to run wildly, and only several hundred meters later did they sigh in relief. Although there were many swarms of bugs, it wasn't so surprising placed in such a large world, and the only strong one was that super bug king. As long as that guy didn't catch up, they didn't need to fear. The three of them stopped to rest. The spiritual qi in here was too abundant. They had to cultivate enough time every day, otherwise it would be a great waste. The rock spirit asked Ling Han for a few stone pillars and began to crunch and munch them down. After a few hours, the three of them finished cultivating. Their tears increased ever so slightly. The profit this time is truly great. Xueqi took out a jade bottle, which contained the spiritual liquid. They didn't know what this was, only knowing that it was definitely something good. As to how to use it, they could only stare blankly. Spiritual liquid was good, but it couldn't be eaten recklessly. In the case that it surpassed one's own tier too much, then one could explode and die. Dying from eating spiritual medicine, that would be too embarrassing. Ling Han took it over and said, "Let me study it a bit, I should know how to use it. Let us eat meat first." He took out the lion-headed and crocodile-bodied great beast's corpse and began to raise a fire to cook it. This was a king-tier beast of the flower blossom tier. If they ate the entire thing, it was guaranteed that the three of them would explode and die, unable to digest all the benefits. So, Ling Han simply cut off a leg. The cooking pot wasn't a normal iron pot, but a cauldron used to refine pills. To boil a flower blossom tier beast's meat thoroughly, extremely high temperatures were needed. Normal pots would have long melted into liquid metal. As a matter of fact, Ling Han also used strange fire, completely treating this pot of meat as pill refining. He added several precious medicines inside the Black Tower. Quite a few reached 1,000 years old, also adding a few absolute cold ice heart fish. This pot was probably so tonic that it could make spiritual pedestal tier warriors get a nosebleed. Xueqi and Guang Yuan went to set up a tent. After they had set it up, Ling Han summoned Li Si-chan from the Black Tower, shocking Xueqi. However, Ling Han and Guang Yuan both said that they saw Li Si-chan run over, making Xueqi extremely puzzled. When did his senses become so weak, such that he couldn't even tell that a gushing spring tear had run over? Besides, wasn't it a bit too coincidental? They ran for their lives and didn't choose a direction, so what kinf of a lucky coincidence was it for Li Si-chan to have also ran in this direction? However, after a few drinks went down his stomach, he immediately forgot all of this. The four began to eat the fish and the meat. Li Si-chan ate only a small bite and glowed with light all over her body again, having no choice but to sit down and operate arts to refine the tremendous medicinal essence. A king-tier beast of flower blossom tier, how greatly tonic a thing this was. Even Xueqi and Guang Yuan only ate a small bowl and had no choice but to stop, hurriedly activating arts to refine it. Only Ling Han ate bowl after bowl, just like an incarnation of Hunyo the Chowhound, almost making Xueqi's eyes fall out. He was sure that if he ate so much treasured meat, he would definitely burst. Ling Han savored the delicacy but sighed inwardly. His spiritual pedestal was built too gigantic, and there was one on top and one on bottom. The accumulation he needed to increase one small tier was probably enough for other people to increase a dozen times. This was the price that had to be paid for being invincible in the same tier. Ling Han was troubled but satisfied, eating wildly, and very soon, the pot of fish soup was cleaned. He then began to operate 5 elements heaven-grade skill to refine the medicinal power. Hong, his entire body burst forth with divine light, and a drastic change was happening on the inside. The indestructible heaven scroll was activated and in the process of increasing his physique from iron sheet tier to diamond tier. But the essence of treasured medicine needed for this step was too much. It definitely couldn't be accomplished in a short amount of time. The awkward thing was that the indestructible heaven scroll extracted the majority of the medicinal essence and left pathetically little for him to increase his tier. He wanted to increase his cultivation first, but the 5 elements heaven-grade skill couldn't seize more than the indestructible heaven scroll could, leaving him to utter bootless cries. Whatever, a strong physique was obviously a good thing, and even if he reached the diamond tier, he would only have completed the first layer of the indestructible heaven scroll. As to how many layers this art had, Ling Han still didn't know even till now, because he couldn't understand the following arts at all. It was probably because his tier was too low. Ling Han entered the tent and pretended to rest, but entered the Black Tower. He was going to study the spiritual liquid for a short while. Chapter 487. Spiritual Liquid. Rêverie. At the time, the spiritual liquid only filled the stone basin shallowly. There was pathetically little of it. After loading it into the jade bottle, it only filled half of it. Moreover, Yu Kai Yu and Guang Yuan separated it into 2 other bottles, so there was even less of it. Since they didn't know what the spiritual liquid was, Ling Han entered the Black Tower to prepare to try it out for himself. Inside the Black Tower, he was like a god. Even if he took poisonous medicine, it could be resolved. That's how it should be, right? He asked Small Tower, if I took poisonous medicine in here, I wouldn't die, right? Small Tower trembled slightly and said, if you want to seek death, no one can save you. Those words. Ling Han took out the jade bottle, shook it at Small Tower, and said, do you know what this is?
It has a shred of heaven and earth's energy, fairly pure, Small Tower said calmly, but Ling Han could sense a hint of disdain. It was expected, since it instantly devoured primal chaos source rock. Being proud was unavoidable. Ling Han paused and then asked, can I take it directly? Small Tower pondered, then said, no, you're too weak. Taking it directly will definitely cause you to explode and die. Even the power of the Black Tower won't be able to suppress it in time. It's that powerful? You can try, Small Tower egged him on. Ling Han rolled his eyes and said, I'm your master anyhow, is it really good for you to urge me like that? A master that can die from eating tonic medicine is too stupid, just the time to change one, Small Tower said indifferently. Sorry to disappoint you, I not only won't die, but also live for a very very long time, so resign yourself. Ling Han said smilingly. He shook the jade bottle and said, can I take it after watering it down, would that work? Yes, Small Tower said succinctly. How many times does it have to be diluted? Ling Han asked again. About 10,000 times, Small Tower said. Pooh, Ling Han coughed abruptly. 10,000 times? He originally felt that there was pathetically little spiritual liquid, but if it had to be diluted 10,000 times for him to endure it, then this spiritual liquid could really be seen as a small lake. Not only could it be drunk, but even used to bathe in. Worth it. Ling Han laughed loudly. As expected of the spiritual liquid of God Realm, the effects of it were truly amazing. He was going to pour a drop of spiritual liquid into a pond, but pondered a bit, then asking Small Tower, inside the Black Tower, this wouldn't go bad, right? No. Small Tower shook its head. Ling Han continued to dump the bottle, pouring a drop into the pond, and then cupped his hand to drink some. Instantly, his mouth was full of fragrance, and his entire person seemed as if it were about to ascend and become an immortal. The energy was too abundant. Unfortunately, the indestructible Heaven Scroll didn't automatically activate and contend with the 5 elements Heaven grade skill for the energy. This meant that indestructible Heaven Scroll didn't want this type of energy, and it was impossible to increase Ling Han's physique with it. This made Ling Han both pleased and disappointed. Obviously, this energy was abundant, but its quality wasn't comparable to a king-tier beast's. This meant that the spiritual liquid could only complete the accumulation of a tier. Ling Han didn't really care. At least before the Shattering Void tier, all tier barriers were non-existent for him. He only needed speedy accumulation in a tier, and having this effect was enough. Spending over an hour, Ling Han finally refined the spiritual liquid. He took out a few jade bottles and dumped into them the diluted spiritual liquid. The original spiritual liquid's energy is too fierce. Whoever drinks it will die. This is the diluted version. You guys also take it easy. Brother Yu and old brother Guang can take on small sip every time. As for Si Chan, at most 10 drops. Adjust it according to your personal condition. The 3 of them nodded and took over the jade bottle one after another, hardly able to contain their joy as they already began to take it. Ling Han also entered the Black Tower and chugged a massive gulp for himself, continuing to refine it. However, this was the same as medicinal pills, having a corresponding medicinal resistance. When Ling Han took the 3rd mouthful, he felt that he couldn't completely refine the medicinal power, and the efficiency of it instantly dropped by half. He exited the Black Tower, lying down to rest. Even spiritual pedestal tier beings needed a certain amount of sleep. It was impossible for cultivating to replace it completely. This was mainly to recover some soul power. After dawn, the 4 continued onwards. Some blood-sucking bugs caught up to them, but their levels were normal, so Ling Han and the others naturally wouldn't care about them. They immediately extinguished these bugs in case some of them brought news back and attracted that big one. After half a day, a large wall appeared before them, towering into the clouds.
Inside the city was a pillar of light surging into the sky. It was this pillar of light that attracted them to come to this place. Could it be flown across? The four of them wondered. Ling Han let Rock Spirit fly up to try, but it only flew a few hundred meters high before falling down, sending a thought to Ling Han which said that up there was terrifying pressure, so it could only fly a few hundred meters high. To be able to cross over the wall, what cultivation did one have to be? The four could only walk alongside the city walls. Since there were city walls, then there naturally should be a city gate. As expected, after a few hours, a massive city gate appeared in front. It was about a few 100 feet tall. Anyone who stood in front of it would instantly feel extremely insignificant. There were many people at the city gate. Some were about to enter the city, but more people sat cross-legged on the side. Ling Han didn't have any ideas at first, but he soon discovered that those who entered the city walked very slowly. Some people even revealed a pained expression, even spitting out blood, retreating as if they'd been heavily injured. With the ability to enter the city gates, one will qualify to accept the examination and become a disciple of the 12 palaces. Beside the city gates were 3 rows of large and flamboyant words. Astounded, Ling Han said, so even without an opening key, one can still receive the inheritance of the 12 palaces? It certainly is so. This sect's 3rd-generation founder was an extraordinary genius who passed this test and became an external disciple, receiving some godly arts and making this sect North region's strongest force, Xueqi said unhurriedly, full of admiration. He paused and then said, actually, the 3rd-generation founder had the chance to become a shattering void tier cultivator, but the world's environment didn't allow it. The 12 palaces have strict rules, forbidding the impartment of the palace's legacy, so the 3rd-generation founder could only leave his knowledge on martial arts, which still kept this sect standing for thousands of years. If we could receive the 12 palaces' true legacy, this sect definitely wouldn't be weaker than the great sects in Middle State. Ling Han nodded. Becoming an external disciple and acquiring the true legacy was definitely different. Otherwise Tian Zhao wouldn't want so much that one thing inside the palace. Something that made even a god moved. What sort of treasure could that be? However, even if he had the opening key, he still had to pass the examination, first passing through the city gates. Only then would he have the chance to go to the 12 palaces. It looks like not any random lucky guy can receive the 12 palaces legacy, but one also needed considerable talent. Mustaram. At this moment, Lu Yutong's and the others' voices resounded as Kan Yi, Zhu Wujiao, Zhu Xian'er and Co. all walked over. Big baddie. Hu Niu pounced over and hugged one of his legs like sticky candy that he was unable to fling off. Chapter 488. The Test at the City Gates. Rêverie. On your way here, did you guys encounter any danger? Ling Han asked. It was all right. We encountered some beasts, which were all defeated by us, and also harvested a few stalks of spiritual medicine. Zhu Wujiao said smilingly. Lu Yutong pulled on Zhu Xian'er's hand, appearing very intimate as she said, it's all thanks to Xian'er. If it hadn't been for her intervention on several occasions, we would have been wounded at least. Ling Han nodded. Their entire party except for Zhu Xian'er, who was at the spiritual pedestal tier, had cultivation of the spiritual ocean tier, and would naturally feel pressure encountering spiritual pedestal tier beasts. If they encountered flower blossom tier ones, even Zhu Xian'er would only be able to run. Moreover, Zhu Xian'er's master suffered a Dao injury and living was probably already quite difficult for him, so how could he possibly refine a law decree for her? There were definitely all sorts of internal strifes between various forces within a sect. Take as an example the Winter Moon sect. If Yu family's elder died, would Ao family's elder grant Yu law decrees? That was obviously a joke. Can this city gate still be passed through? Ling Han asked. That'll be hard. Lu Yutong shook her head and said, amongst us, only Zhu Xian'er and Hu Niu can easily pass through, but Kan Yi and I fall a tiny bit behind, while Zhu Wujiao can only walk through 2/3 it seems. In other words, to pass through the city gates was more difficult than fighting into the prodigy role. Ling Han looked around and didn't find Yu Kuan-Luan, Yang Junhao, and the others. Presumably, they all passed through the city gates. We're in no rush, let's first go to the side, he said smiling. After pulling everyone to the side, he took out the leg meat of a great beast, absolute cold ice heart fish, and diluted spiritual liquid.
Here, nourish your bodies a bit and increase your strengths, then we'll all be able to go in. Hu Niu instantly let go of Ling Han's thigh and picked up the beast's leg meat first, then grabbed the fish and said hurriedly, "Don't grab it, it's all Niu's."
Everyone instantly laughed loudly. Once it had to do with food, the little girl showed her true colors, displaying her chowhound nature. Ling Han began boiling. Only he could control strange fire to boil out the essence from a great beast's meat. He added in all sorts of medicinal ingredients. Shortly, the fragrance assailed people's noses, making everyone drool.
Fairy Zhu, you really have fallen into young Master Han's devilish clutch.
Xueqi said, torn by grief and anger. This was the perfect goddess in his eyes.
Zhu Xian'er instantly rolled her eyes, and her pretty face blushed from embarrassment. She'd never seen anyone who was so straightforward.
Fortunately, she wore a white veil, and other people couldn't see her blush.
Don't you try to fathom my noble moral character with your small puny heart,
Ling Han said in a justified manner. Tisk! Xueqi immediately sneered.
After battling shoulder to shoulder with Ling Han for a few days, he naturally became a lot more courageous, and seemed to forget that Ling Han still had the title of a heaven-grade alchemist, treating Ling Han truly like a person of the same age.
That was mainly because his personality was this way to begin with, forthright and not manipulative.
Ling Han is Niu's.
Hu Niu instantly became protective, grabbing onto Ling Han's neck to declare her ownership.
Ling Han grimaced and said, "You squeeze any harder, and I'll become a dead Ling Han."
Hu Niu hurriedly let go, kissed Ling Han on the cheek, and then pouted at Zhu Xian'er, a great show of dominance.
"All right, let's eat."
Ling Han fetched everyone a bowl of soup and then gave each person a jade bottle with diluted spiritual liquid. Everyone took the spiritual liquid as wine, and as they ate meat and drank soup, multicolored lights soon rose from their bodies. As their blood and qi surged, they all began to adjust one after another. From the order, everyone's cultivation and martial arts talent could be seen. Li Si-chan was obviously the weakest, and although she was better than the previous 2 times, she only ate a bite of meat and 2 sips of soup before she began to adjust. Zhu Wujiu followed, then Can Yi, and then Lu Yutong, Guang Yuan, and Zhu Xian'er. However, Ling Han and Hu Hiu were still eating, a bite here and a bite there, snatching happily and showing their monstrous nature.
Only when all the food within Pill Furnace was eaten clean, even the soup was without a single drop left, did Ling Han activated arts to refine and absorb these medicines, while Hu Niu even omitted this step. Whatever went into her stomach would be perfectly converted into her spiritual power accumulation.
After a few hours, everyone made rapid progress, all itching to try to charge past the city gate. Ling Han didn't care. Even if some people couldn't go through, it didn't matter, since they could all enter Black Tower and be brought in by him. However, other than Li Si-chan, who was devoted heart and soul on alchemy, the others all treaded the path of martial arts, so Ling Han naturally hoped they could get through with their own strength. This was not only an affirmation of their talent and strength, it could also increase their confidence greatly. After all, Lu Yutong and the others all came from a small place like Rain Country, and inevitably had a weaker mentality when faced with the disciples of North Region's large sections.
Let's try again.
They walked to the city gates, and began to try to pass through. Wang, a terrifying obstructive force, instantly stormed over. They were as if a normal person walking in mire, each step taking a great deal of effort. Moreover, the further they advanced, the greater the obstructive force. No wonder even Lu Yutong and Can Yi could barely make it.
This certainly wasn't very ordinary.
There certainly is a knack to it, Ling Han said.
Young Master Han, are you mocking us?
Zhu Wujiu was almost about to cry because though Ling Han said there was a knack to it, he crossed his hands behind his back and looked relaxed.
Ha 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 ha.
Hu Niu laughed loudly, ran with large strides to the front, and then ran back with large strides extremely effortlessly as well. Ling Han nodded inwardly. This test varied with the individual. The higher one's tier, the greater the corresponding obstructive force was. Otherwise, spiritual ocean tier warriors couldn't possibly pass, and all spiritual pedestal tiers would pass. Lu Yutong and Can Yi were fierce as their strength improved greatly. They originally only lacked a bit to go through, so this time they were walking a lot more relaxed. It was hard for Zhu Wujiu.
After a dozen steps, he was sweating from his head, and his face began to contort, appearing really strained.
Ling Han and Hu Niu passed through test at the city gates without any pressure.
When they had walked through the city gates by 100 meters, the obstructive force automatically disappeared and returned to normal, while Yu Kai Yu, Lu Yutong, and Qin Yi walked over one after another. Guang Yuan and Zhu Wu Jiao could only walk 3/4 of the way. Young Master Han, we plan on just cultivating here, the two of them said, appearing very resolute.
Ling Han thought about it and said, all right, this may be a test, but it's also a good place to cultivate. Every time you guys push yourselves to the limit, not only can that polish origin power, but also speed up cultivation.
Yes.
The two nodded.
Even if they went further, there was nothing they could help Ling Han with and were better off cultivating here, increasing their tier so that they could help Ling Han in the future.
Ling Han still put Li Si-chan into the Black Tower. Such a sweet beauty left outside would attract a lot of disturbances. Plus she didn't strive for martial arts and had no need to cultivate here. Thus, Ling Han, Hu Niu, Li Si-chan, Zhu Xian'er, Qin Yi, and Yu Kai Yu, 6 of them continued onwards. Chapter 489. The First Stage. Rêverie. Advancing for a short while, they stopped before a building that looked like a normal house. However, a large amount of people gathered at the door. There, Ling Han saw Yu Kuan Luan, Yang Jun Hao, and Rong Huan Xian. This 1,000-corpse sect inheritor was still laying inside the 3 lives casket, but other than the casket, he brought 2 other caskets, receiving other corpse soldiers probably from digging up graves. Feng Yi was also here, looking over with a hateful gaze, which slightly startled Ao Feng, since he still didn't know the feud between Feng Yan and Ling Han. Of the 7 sons of Ao family, 3 came in and were all spiritual pedestal tier, apparently more talented. Kai Yu's respect for Elder Ao. Yu Kai Yu saluted at Ao Feng. What he thought was one matter, but expressing it was another matter. Ao Feng raised his hand slightly, and that was the it for both parties.
What's everyone waiting here for?
Ling Han asked White-Robed Sword King. Amongst these people, he had the best impression of Shen Zhong Chen.
When we passed the city gate and came here, a formation spirit appeared and said that there is a test here, and those who can make top 3 will receive amazing rewards, Shen Zhong Chen replied.
Formation spirit? Ling Han was surprised.
That's right, this entire mystery realm is controlled by the formation spirit, Zhu Xian'er chipped in.
Her master obviously told her this. Ling Han nodded.
Although these people entered the 12-heaven mystery realm for the first time, their seniors had come here before, naturally telling them a few things about them.
Oh, what are the rewards? He was somewhat curious.
Didn't say.
Shen Zhong Chen shook his head. Ling Han's lips twitched.
He said, didn't say?
Yet you guys are waiting here?
It's definitely worth it.
Yu Kai Yu opened up.
My 3rd-generation founder obtained great opportunities here, and improved in martial arts as if flying ever since then. No wonder these geniuses all halted here and were in no rush to go anywhere else. Conversely, without the key, even if these people arrived at the 12 palaces, they wouldn't be able to enter, so they were better off placing their sights on these realistic rewards.
Where's the formation spirit? Let me see, Ling Han said. Maybe he could communicate and inquire about formations with it. It only said a few words then disappeared, Shen Zhongqing said. How much longer do we have to wait?
The 10th day after the mystery realm opens.
Ling Han calculated that there were a few days.
Had he known that earlier, he would have roamed around more and perhaps found some precious spiritual medicine.
However, no one knew if the Superbug King would fight its way over.
That large guy was definitely terrifying, and if it really caught up, then the people here would all face disaster.
Unless the formation spirit intervened.
Ling Han didn't know what tier the formation here was, but since it was extracted from God Realm, it had to be at least God tier.
Everyone waited patiently.
The spiritual chi here was abundant, and as a holy land for cultivation, 1 day could be compared to 100 days on the outside. Thus, even if they were sitting, it wouldn't be a waste of time, as their cultivation was rapidly improving. Ling Han was even more outrageous, eating large amounts of beast meat every day, along with absolute cold ice heart fish and all sorts of 1,000-year-old medicinal ingredients. Multicolored rays shot into the sky when they were boiled, making even the flower blossom tier elites swallow their saliva involuntarily. Seeing them eat to their heart's content, the throats of people nearby trembled, swallowing saliva continuously. That was called having a bad craving. Unfortunately,
Who dared to rob a heaven-grade alchemist? In the North region, some people certainly didn't need to give face to a heaven-grade alchemist, but not giving face didn't mean they could severely offend one. After all, when everyone contended for treasures, no one had a say, but if you try to rob a heaven-grade alchemist's meal, the whole world would probably ridicule you to death. Some people were quite brazen, such as Qi Hualan and Lin Xiangqin, who came without an invitation and joined their team. Relying on their advantage as beauties, they picked up bowls and chopsticks, fetching some soup and meat, which made Hunyou cry out loud how could they steal her food. Luckily, other than Ling Han, no one else ate much, so the little girl was only restless for a short while, and very soon started fighting over food with Ling Han enthusiastically.
Ling Han, you came as expected.
Rong Huanxian approached sliding in the 3 lives corpse casket. What, you can't possibly also want to eat meat, right? Ling Han pretended to be surprised. Aren't you already a dead man? Do dead men eat meat?
Don't be garrulous.
Rong Huanxian shouted. He didn't expose that Ling Han possessed a spatial spirit tool that could accommodate living things and the secret that Ling Han acquired the key to Sagittarius Palace. It wasn't because he had a good relationship with Ling Han, but because wanted it for himself.
Then what brings you here?
Ling Han said smilingly.
I only wanted to hear your last word since I'll soon refine you into a skinned corpse soldier.
Rong Huanxian cackled. And these people around you, none of them can escape.
In the entire North region, there probably were quite a few people that wanted Ling Han dead, but to threaten to kill a heaven-grade alchemist in the open.
Rong Huanxian was probably the only one.
Ling Han sighed and said, So you're here to joke?
Yes, let's give an applause. Lu Yutong and the others clapped one after another and also began to laugh. Rong Huanxian didn't get angry, but said in a dull tone, Ling Han, you'll soon know that this isn't a joke.
Then I'll wait and see.
Ling Han smiled.
Humph.
Rong Huanxian slid in the casket to go back, but Ling Han summoned Demon Birth Sword, striking at 3 lives corpse casket, and with a chong, sparks flew in all directions. What are you doing? Rong Huanxian said, irritated.
Got nothing better to do, so just hacking at a turtle shell.
Ling Han said smilingly as he struck continuously. Rong Huanxian felt annoyed and furious.
With the protection of 3 lives corpse casket, he was obviously unafraid of Ling Han's slashes, but being struck violently by Ling Han like this, he would be embarrassed.
Moreover, the aftershock of each attack would spread throughout the casket, and although it couldn't hurt him, the constant trembling still made him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Ling Han strike several hundred times and still had no plans of stopping, he couldn't help but yell out, You done yet? Of course not. You run over and threaten me carefreely, and still want to slip away. Could there be such a simple thing? Ling Han said balefully. Rong Huanxian was speechless. Wasn't it his own cheap mouth that enraged Ling Han? He hurriedly controlled the 3 lives corpse casket and ran towards the city gates. There were still 2 days before the test, and he wanted to hide for a while, since there were too many people here. Moreover, there was still the formation spirit, and he didn't want to reveal his trump card too early. Ling Han didn't chase. With the 3 lives corpse casket present, killing Rong Huanxian wouldn't be easy. 2 days soon passed. Wang, a human figure, appeared out of thin air. That person looked like a 5 to 6-year-old young child, transparent all over, as if an illusion. Formation spirit. The test has begun.
After you guys enter through that door, you guys can pick 3 different opponents and pick the best battle record.
Lastly, you guys will be ranked based on the stars of tier surpassing battle prowess. It's a mental space, and only your divine sense will enter, so you guys won't be able to use any supportive methods, but also won't be hurt. The higher the stars you guys surpass, the better the rewards you can obtain. If you're all good for nothings, surpassing only 2 to 3 stars, then the most you guys can get is an Earth grade art or the sort. Only the first 3 have rewards. Chapter 490. Picking Opponents. Rêverie. The formation spirit disappeared again once it finished talking. Everyone looked at each other as they walked towards the house with a pitch-black door. Nothing inside could be seen.
Let's go.
Ling Han and the others also walked over. The house seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how many people went in, it never got crowded. Xiao, the instant Ling Han entered, he discovered that he appeared in a sealed circular stone room. The place was large, 100 feet in diameter and 100 feet in height. Recalling what the formation spirit said, Ling Han hurriedly probed and discovered that he certainly lost connection with the Black Tower. His divine sense was extracted out. Hiss! He was extremely shocked. People that lost their divine sense were equivalent to an empty shell, and if his divine sense was forever trapped in here, then his body would starve to death. Even if flower blossom tier beings transcended mortals and only needed to absorb spiritual chi to live, they would still die slowly from age. If the formation spirit wanted to erase them, then it would truly be a matter of a single thought. Since it could extract their divine sense, then wiping them out would be just as easy. As expected of a god-tier formation, he didn't even know how his divine sense was extracted. Wang, the young child, appeared and said, "Pick your opponent, what tier and what stars of battle prowess?"
Ling Han pondered and then said, "I'll have the spiritual pedestal tier 20 stars first."
"You're at the second layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so surpassing 18 stars?"
The formation spirit was quite human-like as it revealed a shocked expression.
"Not bad, if you can truly pass such a test, then placed in the Great Brahma, this would be fairly impressive strength." Ling Han was even more astounded that surpassing 18 stars was only fairly impressive. The Great Brahma? Was this a place in the god realm? "What weapon do you use?" the formation spirit asked again. "Sword," Ling Han said. Xiao, a long sword, appeared out of thin air and was stuck next to Ling Han's leg. Ling Han still wanted to inquire the formation spirit about the Great Brahma, but before he asked, the formation spirit had already disappeared. What took its place was an expressionless swordsman of medium stature. It was strong. Ling Han couldn't help but tremble from within.
This was a true swordsman with shocking sword intent that was emitted from all over its body, and with only one glance, his soul seemed as if it were being torn apart. His battle intent was burning, and with a sword in hand he said, "Then let's battle."
The swordsman lowered its knees slightly, and then shot out abruptly. Its speed was ridiculously fast. Schwa, its long sword, was unsheathed, bringing with it a shocking sword light that was piercingly cold. Ling Han was fearless, greeting it with his sword. Ding, 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 the two battled fiercely. This was clearly only a divine sense space, but it was extremely real. The sparks that burst out from the clashing didn't look fake at all. The swordsman swung its word, and instantly 10 flashes of sword chi waved, sweeping towards Ling Han. "Not bad, 10 flashes of sword chi.
Now I've really met a rival."
Ling Han laughed loudly and swung his sword as well, slashing out 10 flashes of sword chi. Ding, 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 the sword chi clashed and annihilated each other. Ling Han was astounded that the opponent's sword chi's quality was actually no less than his. This was rare.
His became overjoyed and said, "Take this strike of mine." He began to maneuver the mysterious 3000.
However, before the sword's might was formed, he was forced to stop because the swordsman had surprisingly sensitivity in battle, immediately fired a slash and stopped Ling Han's strength accumulation. "Interesting. Interesting." Ling Han laughed loudly. "You're the only opponent in the same tier that has made me stop my strike." The swordsman only had the instinct to battle, continuing to strike in a flurry. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth and carried out 100 changes 1000 illusions movement art, treading in small steps under the opponent's sword influence. He was still accumulating strength to fire out mysterious 3000 to end the battle right away. The swordsman's attacks were fiercer and fiercer, and suddenly its long sword paused slightly, and as it swung downwards, illusions of 10 large mountains rolled towards Ling Han. Ka 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 ka. Ling Han's body immediately let out rattle as if his bones were breaking, but Ling Han was not in the least concerned. He cultivated iron sheet body, and his body was equivalent to rare metal of the same tier. To overwhelm his body, it had to be at least a flower blossom tier attack. In this mental space, the formation spirit also accurately replicated his body's toughness, and other than the Black Tower, the demon birth sword, and other weapons which weren't brought in here, other aspects were almost no different from his real body. Ling Han laughed loudly, striking. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Thousands of sword lights instantly emerged, slashing fiercely at the swordsman. These sword lights were too concentrated, and unless that swordsman also possessed the Eye of Truth and understood mysterious 3000 no less than Ling Han, it wouldn't be able to charge out from these sword lights like how Ling Han once did,
charging out from Yao Huiyu's sword might. However, that swordsman obviously wasn't equipped with the two, so it was hit.
Pu, pu, pu.
It was also very valiant as it maneuvered its long sword. Over 500 lights of sword chi were actually struck down, but the following ones engulfed it. After all the sword lights disappeared, that swordsman also vanished like mist or smoke. This was originally a mental space, and that swordsman wasn't a real entity.
Very good, you pass. The formation spirit appeared once again. You have 2 more chances to pick opponents. Ling Han instead asked, can my results rank first?
Limited by the rules, I can't answer you.
The formation spirit shook its head, following a prescribed pattern. Can you talk about the great Brahma? Ling Han changed a question. This was actually what he wanted to ask.
Limited by the rules, I can't answer you.
The formation spirit said the same thing. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh.
He pondered, then said, make another spiritual pedestal tier with 25 stars battle prowess.
As you wish.
The formation spirit disappeared, and another swordsman appeared, more terrifying than the previous one.
Each of its hairs moved without a breeze, cutting the air and forming a vortex.
Ling Han was shocked. In the vast lands, 20 stars was the limit of a tier's battle prowess, and higher would be crossing into a large tier. However, since the gap between the spiritual pedestal tier and the flower blossom tier was too great, it was impossible to battle a flower blossom tier no matter how strong a spiritual pedestal tier was, so there was a gap in battle prowess values. He never would have thought that the formation spirit really would make a 25-star spiritual pedestal tier opponent for him.
He decided to fight and see.
Ling Han charged up and the two engaged in a great battle. This swordsman was stronger than the one earlier as expected, and not just by a tiny bit, but an increase of 5 whole stars of battle prowess. This was also the limit that normal geniuses couldn't surpass.
This battle, Ling Han fought extremely arduously. As his body was slashed with countless sword attacks, even Iron Sheet Body couldn't withstand it. What made him even more depressed was that he couldn't use the indestructible Heaven Scroll. The formation spirit actually couldn't simulate this set of arts. Did this mean that indestructible Heaven Scroll's level was higher than this formation's? Ling still had the leisure to ponder, but after paying a hefty price, he also earned the chance to fire out Mysterious 3000. As the sword swept past, the entire sky was covered by sword lights. The second swordsman was truly strong. He actually cut down 1,000 flashes of sword lights. The last 100 flashes struck his body, but he wasn't annihilated, only losing the left leg and the right arm, and getting a large hole on its chest. He still stood up with one leg, holding his sword firmly. Ling Han smiled bitterly. This was battle prowess of 25-star spiritual pedestal tier, truly fierce. Chapter 491. Each with their own means. Rêverie. Ling Han attacked again. Ding, 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 the two battled fiercely. Fortunately, the second swordsman lost a leg and a hand, so its battle prowess dropped greatly. Ling Han finally gained the upper hand. However, he still fought 1,000 more moves before suppressing the opponent, slumping down onto the ground and feeling so tired he could sleep for a long time. According to reason, he was a mental manifestation, so he shouldn't feel tired. This should probably be due to severe mental energy loss, resulting in his feeling of extreme weariness. You can rest for 10 minutes. The formation spirit appeared and, with a swipe of its hand, the injuries on Ling Han's body all disappeared. Ling Han sat down cross-legged. Though adjusting here was meaningless, he wasn't a physical entity at all. He reached out with his left hand and maneuvered a little, and couldn't help but reveal a joyful look because the formation spirit simulated the demonic pattern on his hand. This was obtained from a Jura demon emperor and should be a god-tier entity. Its lethality was also extremely terrifying, at least spiritual infant tier 20 stars. Ling Han changed his mind and said, "This time, I want to battle a spiritual infant tier 20 stars." In another testing room, Rong Huan Xian was facing an enemy that was a shocking flower blossom tier being. He cackled and said, "I am with the corpse, break." An eerie scene appeared. His lower abdomen split open as a corpse soldier wormed its way out. It was a shocking third-tier silver-armored corpse, which could rival a flower blossom tier. If it weren't for my low cultivation, being unable to fuse spiritual infant tier corpse soldiers, I could even pick a spiritual infant tier opponent. Rong Huanxian's face was full of loftiness. However, this is enough. I am only 3 stars spiritual pedestal tier, yet I can win against a flower blossom tier 5 stars. The number of stars surpassed is not something anyone can match. He reached out a hand and pointed at the flower blossom tier opponent, and ordered the corpse soldier, "Kill him." The corpse soldier immediately charged up. In another space, Tian Zhao suddenly showed up. He had been hiding in the shadows all this time, not that he was scared of Ling Han, he was simply lying in wait for him so as to accomplish the goal with one attack, robbing the key in Ling Han's hands. His opponent was also a shocking flower blossom tier being. Haha, this is a mental space, and I've combined with a god's memory, so my divine sense is stronger than everyone else's, he said very proudly. My true battle prowess is only at the spiritual pedestal tier, but here, the limit is the flower blossom tier. This was a mystery realm set up by Heavenly River King's 12 military officers. According to legend, Heavenly River King obtained a supreme inheritance, almost dominating the great Brahma. Although he was killed in the end, his name was awe-inspiring, and even his 12 military officers were ridiculously formidable. I'm determined to obtain the Heavenly River King's legacy, but it can only be obtained after returning to the great Brahma. Now, I'll first gather the legacy of the 12 military officers. It'll surely be of great benefit in improving my strength. Hong, his opponent's hand stormed over overwhelmingly. It was terrifying flower blossom tier 20 stars being. Battling spiritual pedestal tier 25 stars was probably Ling Han's limit. One more star and maybe he could still win, but what meaning did one more star have? So he wanted to go big. Spiritual infant tier 20 stars. His destructive power was enough to defeat such an elite. The key was that he saw how these swordsmen appeared, so he lay in ambush ahead of time where the third swordsman would appear. The black pattern was ready to be fired. As you wish. The formation spirit immediately disappeared after those words, while the third swordsman appeared. He was extremely strong too, and discovering that Ling Han was lying in wait for him, although he could no longer swing his sword in time, he fired a divine sense attack right at Ling Han. How fast was a divine sense attack? Moreover, with a spiritual infant tier's divine sense's dominance, a light touch could crush a spiritual pedestal tier being several hundred times. But, who was Ling Han? He had a sliver of a heaven tier's divine sense, so to injure him with a divine sense, one had to be at least heaven tier, right? Hong under the attack, Ling Han was unscathed. His left hand pressed on the third swordsman's body and the demonic pattern lit up. The third swordsman disappeared right as it appeared. Taken care of just like that. The formation spirit appeared again, and it was evidently speechless. Ling Han pulled a cheap trick in this battle, and it definitely didn't reflect true battle prowess. However, didn't it replicate such an ability from Ling Han's body, letting Ling Han catch the loophole it left? Conversely, if it weren't for Ling Han's powerful divine sense, he would definitely already be shocked to death by the attack right away, and there wouldn't be any cheap tricks pulled afterwards. I guess you pass, the formation spirit said, somewhat depressed. It had just encountered a monster. It actually couldn't extract a small little girl's divine sense, resulting in the little girl being unable to participate in the test. Can I not go out yet? Ling Han asked. Wait till the others all finish. The top 3 will receive rewards right here, the formation spirit said. Ling Han nodded and waited patiently. The wait actually lasted a day and a night. It turned out that anyone who came here on the day could participate in the test, but once the day was over, the entire test was declared concluded, evaluating top 3 based on everyone's records. Xiao, the divine sense of everyone who didn't enter top 3 returned. Jolted out of the room. What, I can surpass 7 stars and beat an opponent, yet I didn't make it into top 3? Get out, I can surpass 8 stars. Everyone cried out one after another. They were already so strong, yet they couldn't even make top 3. This was too ridiculous. Yu Kuan Luan, Yang Jun Hao, and the other previous generation's top 1s of the prodigy role all looked terrible. They could even battle surpassing 10 stars, yet they still didn't make top 3. The shock was too great. Ao Feng and others in their 30s had gloomy gazes. They could also battle surpassing 5 stars, which in the flower blossom tier was comparable to 10 stars in the spiritual pedestal tier, because the higher the tier, the harder it was to battle surpassing one's tier.
Could the formation spirit not have considered this? They all looked around and saw that there were 15 Flower Blossom tier warriors here now. Since there had been 15 previously as well, no Flower Blossom tier warrior made it into the top 3. This made them feel it unfair. It had to be that the formation spirit didn't consider the difficulty of each large tier. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced either. We're all not convinced. Everyone shouted out one after another, wanting the formation spirit to give an explanation. The formation spirit emerged and said, "You guys are doubting my fairness? Lord Formation Spirit, have you considered the difficulty of battling surpassing one's tier in Flower Blossom tier?"
Ao Feng asked politely.
The young child that the formation spirit manifested into sneered, "This lord has lived several thousand times longer than you, how dare you ask this lord such a question?" Unconvinced, someone said, "Then Lord Formation Master, how many stars did the top 3 surpass?"
Yes, tell us.
I sure want to see just how impressive the top 3 are. The formation spirit paused slightly and said, "All right, 3rd place, at the spiritual pedestal tier, defeated an opponent at the 5th layer of the Flower Blossom tier."
Pooh!
Instantly, many people spurted out saliva and revealed expressions of disbelief. Everyone knew the gap between the spiritual pedestal tier and the Flower Blossom tier. This was an insurmountable gap, but a spiritual pedestal tier warrior actually defeated a Flower Blossom tier opponent at the 5th layer of the Flower Blossom tier at that?
Was this not a big joke?
Chapter 492. War God Academy.
Rêverie.
Chapter 492. 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art, Lord Formation Spirit, is that possible?
Chao Tian said coldly.
He was the prodigy role's number 1 2 generations ago, and with 1 foot into Flower Blossom tier. His strength was formidable, and he was also quite conceited. The formation spirit glanced at him and said balefully, "You're doubting this, Lord? Doesn't Lord Formation Spirit think it's suspicious?"
Chao Tian snorted.
"This Lord's authority does not allow for defiance," the formation spirit said coldly and waved its hand towards Chao Tian. Instantly, a massive white tiger appeared from thin air, pouncing towards Chao Tian. Once the white tiger came out, everyone felt an endless chill, afraid to face it from the depths of their souls. It was too strong, strong to an unfathomable degree. Chao Tian was also greatly surprised, never expecting the formation spirit would attack him, nor did he even think that this attack would be so terrifying. He no longer had any doubts, taking out a spiritual infant tier law decree and throwing it at the white tiger. Hong! The law decree burned and turned into an ice vulture, flapping its wings at the white tiger and swirling up a piercingly cold wind. However, the white tiger simply opened its mouth and devoured the entire ice vulture, and with another bite, Chao Tian also disappeared in its mouth.
Hiss!
Everyone lost their voice altogether. That was a spiritual infant tier law decree, but the white tiger devoured the attack in 1 bite. How terrifying was its strength? No wonder everyone wanted to obtain this place's legacy. The formation spirit alone was this strong, and if one obtained the true legacy, how strong could one become? The formation spirit retracted the white tiger, and said indifferently towards everyone, "Is there anyone that still doubts this lord?" Everyone hurriedly shook their heads together. Even if the formation spirit had intentionally covered it up, who dared to have any objections? In this world, whoever was the strongest had the final say. Complaining was the behavior of the weak. The formation spirit couldn't be bothered to say what the top 2's records were and simply looked at Hunyo a few times. The 3 inside were somewhat freakish, all of them full of tricks, but were in the range of being understandable. Only this little girl couldn't have her divine sense extracted. That was definitely the strangest thing, the first such case in history. In the mental space, Ling Han and the others knew that they entered top 3 and were full of expectations. What rewards could they receive? Rong Huan Xian, your 3rd place in this time's exam. Here are 3 mystic arts, you can choose one. The formation spirit first appeared on Rong Huan Xian's side.
Pooh!
Rong Huan Xian instantly spurted out. He was originally filled with confidence that he would definitely get 1st place. Crossing into the Flower Blossom tier from the spiritual pedestal tier, wasn't that kick-ass? Was there anyone in the world who could compare? However, he was actually 3rd.
SHT.
That's impossible.
Is there a mistake? I'm only third, said Ronghuan Xian, displeased but more so in disbelief.
The formation spirit's anger still hadn't subsided, and seeing Ronghuan Xian challenging it, it instantly erupted with fury, charging up to give him a vicious beating. After knocking Ronghuan Xian out, it randomly threw a ball of light onto Ronghuan Xian's head, with it sinking right in. Get out! It kicked Ronghuan Xian, whose divine sense immediately returned, being jolted out of the room. Ah! Ronghuan Xian rolled all over the ground. As his divine sense returned, he felt pain all over his body, as if he'd truly been given a sound thrashing. However, he immediately discovered that everyone stared at him fiendishly, and hurriedly jumped into 3 Lives' corpse casket. As arrogant as he was, he didn't dare provoke the 15 Flower Blossom Tier warriors at the scene. No! He very soon let out a tragic shout, because he'd actually received the secrets on how to refine a medicinal pill. He wasn't an alchemist, so why the heck give him a medicinal pill's secrets? It was his fault for offending the formation spirit, and there was absolutely nothing to argue about. The formation spirit appeared once again, but in Yan Tian Zhao's space. Yan Tian Zhao, you're second place in this time's test. Here are 3 types of medicinal pills, you can choose one, it said almost the same thing. However, the rewards changed. What? Yan Tian Zhao stood up in shock. He defeated an opponent of the Flower Blossom tier at 20 stars battle prowess. With the tier of a spiritual pedestal tier, this was an irreplicable miracle. He possessed a god's memories, and battling with the divine sense, he was ridiculously strong. However, this didn't even get him first place, so how could he believe it? What, you also doubt this, Lord? The formation said fiercely. It wanted to beat someone again. I wouldn't dare. Yan Tian Zhao was more sensible. He naturally knew what powers this formation spirit possessed. Even in former years when he had been in his prime, he might not dare to provoke it, let alone now that he only had a part of a memory.
Very good that you wouldn't dare. Here, pick quickly, the formation spirit said coldly. There were 3 balls of light in its hands, each wrapping a medicinal pill. Soon the formation spirit came to where Ling Han was. Ling Han, you're first in this time's test. Here are 3 mystic arts, you can choose one, it said. The rewards changed again. Ling Han revealed a smile and instead asked, the second and third, what were their records? The 2 were both at the spiritual pedestal tier, beating Flower Blossom tier 5 stars and 20 stars, respectively, the formation spirit said dully. Ling Han couldn't help but be astounded. How could someone be so strong? No, they probably were the same as him, using a loophole. Choose quickly. The formation spirit was somewhat impatient. Ling Han looked at the 3 balls of light in its hands and said, what are these mystic arts? Place the light balls on your forehead to see the outline of the mystic arts. If it weren't for the countless stars that you surpassed, you wouldn't be qualified to pick any of these 3 mystic arts, the formation spirit said. Ling Han did as he was told, and instantly revealed a surprised look. These 3 mystic arts were all gems. Great Illusion, Heavenly Spirit Formation, 108 Doctrines of Alchemy, and 9 Dragons Tyrant Art, corresponding to formations, alchemy, and martial arts. Ling Han looked at the introduction. These were all God tier. He only hesitated slightly before making a choice, picking the 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art. He had just dabbled in formations, it was only supplementary and couldn't upstage martial arts. As for alchemy, he still had a long time before shattering the void and becoming a god, so what meaning did a god tier pill recipe have? Thus, he chose the martial arts mystic arts. The 9 Dragon Tyrant Body Art was a physical art, and at its pinnacle, one could become god in flesh, possessing the power of 9 true dragons. A true dragon, one of the strongest amongst mythical beasts, possessing the physical strength of 9 true dragons. How terrifying would that be? However, this 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art wasn't complete, with only 1/3 of it, and when cultivated to the extreme, one could only possess the power of 3 true dragons. How stingy! How come it's only 1/3? Ling Han protested. There are 2 more rounds of tests afterwards, and if you can get first in both, you'll have the chance to complete it, the formation spirit said indifferently, snatched the ball of light and pressed it at Ling Han. Instantly, flashes of golden characters flowed into Ling Han's body, fusing with him. Get lost! The formation also kicked Ling Han out. Ling Han had no reaction. His divine sense was full of the 9 dragons tyrant body art, turning into his memories, but those cryptic characters were extremely hard to understand, even he felt a bit toilsome. 493. Azure Flame Vulture. Ling Han's divine sense returned, thrown out. Everyone looked at Ling Han. This guy was the last to come out, so could he be first place in this time's exam? The third place had 5 stars Flower Blossom tier battle prowess. So how strong was this guy's battle prowess? But how could a mere spiritual pedestal tier warrior surpass the boundary of mortals? Master Ling, what treasures did you acquire? A Flower Blossom tier elite said. This was supposed to be one's secret that one shouldn't ever ask, but taking advantage of his higher tier, he could act unrestrained. Moreover, this was still because he worried about Ling Han's heaven-grade alchemist identity, or else he'd just rob him. Ling Han glared at him and said, "The hell does that have to do with you?" That Flower Blossom tier elite choked on his saliva. His expression changed drastically. He was about to flip about. However, Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist. Considering status, Ling Han's was way higher than his, so what if Ling Han rained down curses on him on spot? One not being afraid of a heaven-grade alchemist was one matter, but acting violently towards one was another matter. His gaze was chilling, filled with killing intent. As long as Ling Han was left out or when no other Flower Blossom tier warriors were beside him, he would seize the treasures and kill all witnesses. So what if Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist? Know that he entered the mystery realm, his survival was naturally his own responsibly. Ling Han took in his killing intent, revealing a cold smile. With 2 great spirits of the 5 elements, what fear of a Flower Blossom tier opponent did he need to have? If he had Xueqi spend another law decree, then it was even possible to kill the guy. Some were joyous, and some were hateful. Rong Huanxian was slightly gloomier because he offended the formation spirit and had no choice to pick at all, receiving alchemy techniques. Although written on it were all heaven-grade medicinal recipes, of what use it was to him. Tian Zhao was much luckier. He received a precious medicinal pill, enough to let him break through into the Flower Blossom tier. Thus, he kept his eyes on Ling Han, believing that the mystic art that Ling Han received was definitely more precious. Flower Blossom tier elites all looked Ling Han, Tian Zhao, and Rong Huanxian. They wanted the treasures on them, and even more so wanted to know the secret of how the 3 of them could battle Flower Blossom tier opponents while at the spiritual pedestal tier. With the formation spirit pressing them, they set out towards a field of mountains and plains where terrifying beasts ran wild. Only after passing through could they arrive at the second test's location. The rules were similar. 3 people could receive rewards, but the test was definitely not about tier-surpassing battle prowess, or it would have no meaning. The 6 of them set out. Lu Yutong and the others were all curious and wanted to know what treasures Ling Han received. Ling Han told them about 9 dragons tyrant body art, making everyone greatly envious. The name alone sounded quite formidable. Hunyo, how come you didn't make it into the top 3? Ling Han felt it very strange. With Hunyo's battle prowess fully unleashed, it was very possible to bite a Flower Blossom tier 20 stars to death. Nyo doesn't know either, can't enter, Hunyo replied. After Ling Han asked clearly, he couldn't help but be astounded Hunyo actually didn't participate in the test. Not that she didn't enter that house, but the formation spirit had no way of extracting her divine sense, so there was naturally no way to carry out the test. Even a god-tier formation couldn't extract Hunyo's soul. The little girl's soul was actually that stable. No wonder even primal chaos source rock couldn't affect her. Young Master Han, our path won't be peaceful, right? Kenyi asked. Of course not. Ling Han said smilingly, paused, then said, Strange, why don't I see Wen Yijian? Maybe he got caught up somewhere. Or encountered a ferocious beast and died. Xueqi said, filled with evil intentions. That man was handsome to the point of making people envious. Ling Han laughed loudly, shook his head and said, Wen Yijian's not one to be short-lived. This person is very likely to stir up a storm in the future. He didn't come in time, probably because he received other prospects. What? He was suddenly started. Why did Wen Yijian come to North Region by himself? Could it really be to admire Zhu Xian'er's beauty? A genius like Wen Yijian definitely wouldn't specially travel 10,000 miles just because he heard of a woman's beauty. Now was it so coincidental that he just happened to encounter the opening of 12 Heaven Mystery Realm? A thought suddenly occurred to him, a bold guess when Yi Jian could possibly have acquired a key. With such a lure, Wan Yi Jian crossed over regions and even came alone because was feared that he'd let the cat out of the bag, having opportunities stolen. After all, he was only at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Of course, this was only a guess, but Ling Han was quite certain that this was the case. Leaving the city area, a field of mountains and forests were up ahead. 100-feet-tall trees could be seen everywhere, and they were multicolored and bright, as if a bouquet of flowers in full bloom. However, the mountains and forests were definitely not safe. Just like how one could only accept the first test after passing through the city gates, and maybe the rewards would be the same, to take the second test and obtain a second reward, one also had to prove one's strength, and even luck. There were spiritual infant-tier beasts here, and if they bumped into one, they definitely would be doomed. Careful, we might not just encounter the beasts here, but also flower blossom tier bandits, Ling Han said. Everyone nodded, cautious and solemn. Especially Xueqi. He directly held a spiritual infant tier law decree in hand, and looked like he'd throw it if anyone dared come over, having the ferocity of a hot-headed fellow. The people split up long before entering the forest. This was inside a mystery realm. Who would believe anyone easily unless the other was an intimate friend? What if they were stabbed from behind the back? Who would they cry their grievances to? Gua, gua, gua. Bird cries were endless in the forest. Massive birds could be seen gliding across the sky from time to time. Their wings spanned over 100 feet, with feathers like swords. Some didn't have any feathers at all, but instead long black scales that emitted the presence of cold iron. They saw a giant azure vulture snatch a bull, as if lifting a chiclet. Iron scale red-back bull. When everyone saw clearly, they all gasped in astonishment, because the iron scale red-back bull was a spiritual infant-tier being, but now, the azure vulture took it down easily. So what level was that azure vulture? Ling Han's gaze tensed. This azure vulture was a deity transformation tier beast called Azure Flame Vulture. It could spew out azure flames, and even melt 8th tier rare metals. Right, it was a king among beasts. Normal deity transformation tier beasts definitely didn't have such terrifying power. If this Azure Flame Vulture were to launch an attack at them, then he would definitely store everyone into the Black Tower. But as to when Xueqi and Zhu Xian'er would be let out, that was unsure. Xueqi was too big-mouthed, and Zhu Xian'er hadn't received his trust yet, so these two people definitely couldn't know the secrets of the Black Tower. Fortunately, the Azure Flame Vulture only swept them with a cold glance, then flew away as if it felt that these puny reptiles were beneath its attention. 494. Stealing eggs. The 6 of them didn't dare to be careless. It was too dangerous here as any random powerful beast could kill them 100 times. But thinking of the opportunities they could get, no one turned tail. Moreover, this was also a rare occasion to toughen themselves. Hovering between life and death could greatly increase a martial artist's cultivation progression. Their luck wasn't bad and they encountered no powerful beasts until half a day later, when a beast dashed out. It was near 10 feet tall and its hair was dark and shining. It had 4 long thick legs with a 3-feet-long tail like a long mace. However, it had the head of a snake, and flicked its red tongue that was about a foot long. The tongue was split at the tip like a halberd. Flower blossom tier. Everyone drew a cold breath. This place was too unfriendly as a random beast that popped out was at the flower blossom tier, leaving absolutely no way for people to survive. Without a word, Ling Han summoned the rock spirit. This beast wasn't a test for them. It was here to take their lives. Ang! The rock spirit roared at the snake-headed beast. The former was obviously fearless. The snake-headed beast revealed a hint of fear. It wasn't a king among beasts, so even though its tier was clearly higher than the rock spirits, it appeared hesitant, not daring to attack rashly. Wah, a giant rock. Hunyo's eyes lit up. It was her first time seeing the rock spirit. Immediately jumping onto the rock spirit's head, she pointed at the snake-headed beast and said, "Quick, quick, quick, Nyo wants to eat meat. Take down this big monster." The rock spirit was enraged. Other than Ling Han, it looked down upon everyone who could ride on its head. The spirits of the 5 elements had the pride of being a spirit of the 5 elements. At that time, when Ling Han messed it up so badly, it still didn't yield. Small Tower had to move out to scare it into submission,
So what was a small little girl? It was about to vent its anger, but then was suddenly startled as it felt a terrifying presence from Hunyeo. It instantly became as obedient as a dog, roaring loudly as it charged at the snake-headed beast. Hit, 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 hit. Hunyeo clapped and laughed as she commanded it. Ling Han felt it strange. The rock spirit actually listened to Hunyeo. Was its brain really stuffed with rocks? The snake-headed beast fought with the rock spirit a few rounds and started to escape. It already experienced its immense power and terrifying recovery ability. It was absolutely no match for it at all, so it could only escape. Don't let it run, chase it. Hunyeo issued orders and controlled the rock spirit on the chase. However, in a short while, the rock spirit brought Hunyeo back. The little girl was sulky. Scolding the rock spirit, she said, "How useless, letting Nyeo's meat fly. If you weren't full of rocks, Nyeo would eat you." The rock spirit offered no excuses, only nodding obediently, currying favor with her like a sycophant. Was this still the blockhead yet rough rock spirit? Such a powerful puppet. Zhu Xian'er, who didn't know the truth, exclaimed, this was a flower blossom tear puppet. She looked at Ling Han and exclaimed spontaneously in admiration. Young Master Han proves to be a genius, a king in alchemy, and boasting surprising mastery in formations as well. Xueqi is absolutely impressed. Her bearing was intoxicating. Even with Ling Han's self-cultivation, he couldn't help but be moved, feeling real good inside. Hunyeo was discontented and said, "Big rock, smack this ugly woman flat." The rock spirit instantly revealed an ominous look, staring at Zhu Xian'er. Ling Han hurriedly stopped it and said, "Don't be mischievous." Hunyeo started playing with her fingers and muttered, "Nyeo's not being mischievous, Nyeo's serious." Zhu Xian'er shivered in fright, never thinking such a little girl would be so jealous. The rock spirit still listened more to Ling Han. After all, Ling Han was the master. Ling Han thought briefly that he might as well not store this guy in the Black Tower. This place was truly dangerous, and maybe a spiritual infant tier beast would really jump out, so it was better to let the rock spirit guard on the outside. They walked for a while, and a firmament tree appeared before them. Its roots were so thick that 100 people could wrap their arms around it, and its height reached several hundred feet. However, the strange thing was that it almost didn't have any branches. It was simply just a bare trunk, as if a pillar. It seldomly had a few branches that stretched out, but they were thin and short like fur, too inconspicuous. At the treetop spread a giant crown, but examining closely, it wasn't a crown, it was clearly a bird's nest. Oh my, what a large nest! Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth. After one look, he looked pleasantly surprised and said, "There's an egg inside the bird's nest, and by the patterns on the eggshell, it should have been delivered by the Azure Flame Vulture. And the Azure Flame Vulture isn't here." Yu opened his mouth widely and said, "Young Master Han, you can't be having thoughts about that egg, right?" He was truly startled. The Azure Flame Vulture was at the deity transformation tier and no one in the North region would be its rival. But Ling Han actually dared to steal its progeny. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, "Why not?" Then, he elaborated with conviction. "Here, the Azure Flame Vulture can only be trapped in such a small place, but following us outside, it can truly fly freely. I'm doing a good thing." Zhu Xian'er sighed and said, "Being a thief so openly and righteously, it's the first time Xian'er's encountered someone like that." "Me too. I second that." Lu Yutong and Ken Yi chimed in one after another. Hunyeo clapped as she said, "Nyeo supports Ling Han, scoop out the egg and boil it to eat." So, she was truly one to get things done, immediately climbing along the trunk, agile like monkey. Her speed was not a single bit slower than when the rock spirit rose into the sky, and seeing this, Ling Han no longer let the rock spirit fly him towards the treetop. In a short while, Hunyeo climbed down with a single hand. With the other hand, she hugged an egg no smaller than she was, making the others who looked on really worried that she might fall down with the egg. Though she easily stole the egg, the Azure Flame Vulture's presence remained in the nest. It was a great deterrence for any beast and martial artist, guaranteeing that even spiritual infant tier beings wouldn't dare come close. Otherwise, their limbs would go soft, and lose even the power to move. But against a freak like Hunyeo, it was of no use at all. Hunyeo soon landed, hugging the egg happily and said, "Steamed or fired?" "Neither." Ling Han snatched it. "Got to raise it. Don't you have any thoughts about it? Woo woo, Niu wants to eat.
Niu pouted, expressing her discontent. Ling Han ignored her, and put the bird egg right into the black tower. Yu Kai Yu and Zhu Xian didn't dwell on it. Called a living thing be stored into a spatial ring? Wouldn't a live thing become dead?
Let's run.
The 6 of them hurriedly left. If the azure flame vulture came back now, things would be grave. The 6 of them walked real far, and suddenly an earth-shaking cry sounded. The sound waves were like sharp swords, schwa, 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 as the surrounding trees were sliced into pieces. Although they defended with full strength, Ken Yi and Li Yutong were still slashed all over their bodies because the two's tier was slightly lower.
The azure flame vulture is back. Run!
The 6 of them hurriedly sped up, while Ling Han thought to himself that if the azure flame vulture discovered their tracks, he would immediately put everyone into the black tower.
Xiao!
At this moment, a flash of sword light suddenly shot out from the side, bright and dazzling, piercing right under Ling Han's rib. Chapter 493. Sneak Attack. Rêverie. The timing of this sneak attack was truly incredible. As everyone was preoccupied with running for their lives, no one ever expected a sword would suddenly strike at them. Even Ling Han didn't anticipate it. His divine sense didn't discover any powerful souls nearby. Most were normal like the earthworms in the ground and the mice in the underbrush, so he simply swept past them. However, this sword attack was extraordinarily powerful, with 9 flashes of sword chi chained to the sword's edge, greatly increasing the attack power and clearly aiming to deal a deadly blow. In such time of haste, Ling Han still raised his head for a glance and the prowler's face immediately heaved in sight. Tian Zhao had already advanced into the flower blossom tier. This attack Ling Han couldn't dodge, but it didn't matter. He had the black tower, and even if it were 3 times faster, Ling Han was still certain he would have enough time to enter the black tower the instant the blade's edge touched his body. He actually had the mood to think about how this guy proved to be one who received a god's memories. Advancing into the flower blossom tier was like walking 2 steps, without a bit of difficulty. However, he was only at 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier earlier, but now he advanced into the flower blossom tier. All of a sudden, wasn't this speed too frightening? Wait, they received rewards at the first stage. He received the 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art, and if Tian Zhao received medicinal pills, then it wouldn't be strange for him to cross into the flower blossom tier all of a sudden. After this thought flashed across his mind, Ling Han was about to enter the black tower, calling the golem to fight, but at this moment, a figure in white dove in front of him, embracing him and shielding him with her body. It was Zhu Xian. Stupid girl, he was absolutely fine, but being hugged, he couldn't even enter the black tower. Unless he immediately knocked her out and placed her inside, but Tian Zhao's attack would probably already pierce him as he raised his hand. Ling Han felt torn between laughter and tears. Are you trying to help me or hurt me? Pooh! Before the turn of a thought, Zhu Xian was struck by the sword. The sword entered her body, and almost without stopping, it pierced at Ling Han. The power of the flower blossom tier was too strong. Even a spiritual pedestal tier warrior guarding with their life wouldn't have the effect of reducing the attack down by much. When the sword point pierced Ling Han's body, it was immediately stopped by the thunder battle armor. This was a 10th tier treasured armor, an extremely tough item. How could it possibly be penetrated? But the power of the flower blossom tier was too strong, and as the long sword's mighty power transmitted through the thunder battle armor to Ling Han's body, it instantly wreaked havoc inside it. It was useless even though he was at the iron sheet body, as the destructive power's impact made him cough out blood violently, and the veins all over his body burst one after another. He was in such a state, so Zhu Xian was naturally far worse. Her delicate body went soft right away as her life force dropped rapidly. Ling Han was furious as he yelled, "Small rock, kill him!" His figure flashed, bringing Zhu Xian into the black tower.
They're all gone.
Yu Kai Yu cried out, looking at the others, but the other 3 didn't look surprised at all. He couldn't help but be driven mad. Am I the only one that thinks it's strange? 2 large living people suddenly disappeared.
Dare to harm Niu's Ling Han, Niu's very mad. Niu will bite you to death.
Niu's face was full of killing intent as she charged at Tian Zhao, cooperating with the golem and attacking viciously. Tian Zhao revealed an astounded look. He knew that Ling Han had a treasured armor, thus he calculated the timing and gave him no chance for Ling Han to activate it with his sneak attack.
He possessed a god's memories, so naturally he had a way to hide his own presence, concealing from Ling Han's divine sense and taking the chance when the Azure Flame Vulture rioted to launch a sneak attack, succeeding in one blow. However, something unexpected still happened. First, the girl blocked part of it for Ling Han, and although the spiritual pedestal tier wasn't much, it definitely influenced it somewhat. What he felt was even more unexpected was that Ling Han and the girl disappeared together. He clearly didn't feel space tearing apart, so they shouldn't have left by teleportation. Could it be that Ling Han had a treasure that could accommodate living things? Such a treasure in his world was also considerably precious. Those not of noble status could not possess it. His gaze instantly burned with desire. He definitely had to acquire such a treasure. Hong, the golem's attack approached, while Hunyo carried out movement arts. Her speed was ridiculously fast as she bit at him from behind. Tian Zhao could only greet the enemy first, a spirit of the 5 elements. Even he didn't dare to underestimate. After all, he wasn't in the body of a god now. Inside the Black Tower, Ling Han hurriedly summoned the power of the tower to heal himself, yet discovering it was of no use. "Small tower, why are my injuries not recovering?" he asked. "Who told you the Black Tower could heal injuries?" Small Tower appeared and said in a calm manner, "Black Tower can drive away evil foreign powers, but has no use at all for healing." Ling Han sighed and said, "If I die, you'll have to search for a new master. Why are you still so calm?" "Oh, merely changing a master, so be it, my life is endless anyways," Small Tower said indifferently. "SHT." Ling Han had no time to get angry, circulating a drop of indestructible true fluid. As long as he didn't die instantly, indestructible true fluid could save him. He checked Zhu Xian'er's injuries in haste, yet immediately frowned. This foolish girl didn't get struck on a vital point, but the destructive power of the flower blossom tier was too scary, shattering all her organs. Her insides were bleeding profusely, incapable of withstanding much longer before the beauty would perish. Although Ling Han didn't need her saving, he definitely wouldn't allow someone to die for him. Ling Han said solemnly, "Small Tower, think of way to stabilize her condition. I'm going to refine pills." Small Tower sensed slightly and said, "She's nearing death. I need to expend source power to maintain her condition so that it doesn't worsen. You have to think clearly. My source power now is limited and will be gone once it's used, unable to manifest again to help you. No need to consider she can't die," Ling Han said unhesitatingly. "Okay." Small Tower nodded by shaking lightly, and divine light immediately enveloped Zhu Xian'er's body. Wondrous presence circulated, locking the little life force that was left in her and stopping her condition from worsening. Ling Han's divine sense ventured out of the Black Tower, seeing that the rock spirit and Hunyo joining hands had gained them the advantage. He stopped worrying and focused on refining pills. There were already lots of spiritual grasses inside the Black Tower, but still too little high-tier ones, so what could be refined now was the earth-grade low-level, White Phoenix Water True Pill, a holy medicine of healing. However, whether or not it could heal Zhu Xian'er's injuries, Ling Han was not in the least bit sure. Could he add a drop of indestructible true fluid? Ling Han suddenly thought. This was a sacred product of healing, and as long as one wasn't dead, one drop could instantly recover one's injuries. He had just circulated one, and now his injuries were completely recovered. However, how could the indestructible true fluid be taken out? "Small Tower, do you have a way?" he asked. Chapter 494. Last Resort. Rêverie. The indestructible true fluid is only effective for those cultivating the indestructible heaven scroll. Even if you took it out, its effects would reduce drastically, Small Tower said indifferently. Reduce drastically, but still effective, righty? Ling Han's gaze brightened. Yes, this is a treasured medicine for the human body extracted by the indestructible heaven scroll. Its effects are the best for oneself, and second for others cultivating indestructible heaven scroll. As for others, the effects will decrease by 100 times. Small Tower still said dully. As long as it's useful. Ling Han was the Grandmaster of Alchemy. He forcibly added 5 drops of the indestructible true fluid to the White Phoenix Water True Pills recipe. This was also the total amount he could extract. He'd had just consumed 1 drop to save himself.
In only half an hour, he refined the pill. There was just one that condensed 5 drops of indestructible true fluids essence, possessing amazing recovery effect.
Last resort.
Ling Han fed the pill to Zhu Xian'er. But she was already near death, her jaw tightly shut, so how could she take it in?
Ling Han tore off her veil and pried open her jaw, shoved the medicinal pill inside, and then poured down some diluted spiritual liquid.
The medicinal was inside her mouth, but it couldn't seem to be swallowed.
Si-chan, help pass her some air.
Ling Han hurriedly called Li Si-chan over. Seeing Zhu Xian'er's heavily injured state, Li Si-chan was first taken aback, and then stupefied.
Revealing disbelief in her eyes, she muttered, "How could there be such a beautiful person?"
Ling Han just noticed that he tore off Zhu Xian'er's veil and revealed her true appearance. She was breathtakingly beautiful as expected, no less beautiful than Heavenly Phoenix in those years.
The difference is that Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was like a goddess of war, heroic in posture, illuminatingly beautiful, and charming at her core.
Zhu Xian'er was cold, like a bright moon and out of this world. Of course, in terms of disposition, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was a notch above. After all, she was one of the 7 heaven-tier elites in his former life, and how could that confident bearing be something normal people could strive for?
Don't stare blankly, hurry.
Ling Han hurriedly urged as the small tower's source power was soon going to be expended. Li Si-chan hurriedly ran over and passed a breath of air to Zhu Xian'er from mouth to mouth, making her swallow white phoenix water true pill. Visibly, Zhu Xian'er's wounds were recovering at a miraculous speed and so were her internal organs, but she still hadn't woken up under the impact of the flower blossom tier martial intent. Her divine sense was near shattered.
Ling Han sight.
Injury of the divine sense. He was also at a loss. Now Zhu Xian'er's life was restored, but whether she could wake up and when she would wake up depended on her desire for survival and tenacity. Si-chan, take care of her, he said, then burning with killing intent, he flashed out of the black tower. However, Tian Zhao was already gone.
He ran, Hunyou and Small Rock are chasing, Kenyi said. The corner of Yu's mouth twitched as he muttered, "Why am I the only one who finds it strange that 2 people vanished out of thin air, and now one appeared out of thin air?
Could everyone be abnormal, or am I the only abnormal one?" "Young Master Han, how's Fairy Zhu?" he hurriedly asked.
"Won't die."
Ling Han nodded. As they were speaking, the rock spirit returned with Hunyou sitting on its shoulder. "Dang it," he slipped away. "I only bit off one arm. Stinks like heck." Hunyou tossed down a severed arm. Lu Yutong and the others were shocked. Even with the rock spirit's help, it was still a flower blossom tear against a flower blossom tear tearing off one of Tian Zhao's arms. Despite that, Hunyou's battle prowess was truly strong. Ling Han's expression was still cold. Tian Zhao possessed a god's memories, and when he was torn into pieces back then, he still recovered perfectly fine afterwards, didn't he? For such an existence, regenerating a severed limb was probably not something difficult. He decided that the next time he saw Tian Zhao, if he still hadn't reached Flower Blossom tier, then he would let Small Tower give him a power boost to strike down Tian Zhao for sure. It was the pill he refined that awakened Tian Zhao from the state of slumber. Being the one to bring about his appearance, he naturally should be the one to end him as well.
Yung Mustaram.
Xueqi Vayu ran over. Where did you just go?
And where's Fairy Qi?
Why don't you guys find it strange? Why am I the only one curious? Ling Han blinked and said, "You've got blurry vision." Blurry Maya's asterisk. Zhu Xian'er's clearly not here. Why don't you give me a reason? Ling Han didn't explain at all, so you could only stand there with his mouth twitching. Was he going to catch Ling Han by his neck and force him to explain?
"Let's leave here first," Ling Han said.
The 5 continued onwards.
With Tian Zhao's sneak attack, they were even more cautious, but the road following was unusually smooth, encountering not a single assault from beasts, walking smoothly out of the mountains and forests. Presumably, the azure flame vulture's show of force intimidated the other beasts to stay in their lairs and not dare to come out. Ahead was a vast stretch of flatland, and in the distance was a building, appearing extremely conspicuous on the dark green flatland.
This should be the place of the second test. The 5 walked over quickly, and soon, they arrived before the building. They came relatively early. There were only 10 people here.
The formation spirit appeared and said indifferently, "In one more day, the test will begin."
Then, it glanced at Ling Han.
"You sure can stir up trouble."
Ling Han said faintly, "What trouble did I cause?"
"The entire forest is in a riot. Wasn't it you who caused the trouble?"
The formation spirit snorted. Ling Han snickered and said, "No rules about not doing that, right?"
"Causing more trouble for me,"
the formation spirit said in discontentment.
"If it weren't for the trouble you caused, the people that can come to the second stage would at least decrease by half."
The first few who arrived were shocked. What exactly did Ling Han do?
Ling Han wouldn't possibly say that he stole an azure flame vulture's egg to foster a beast of at least deity transformation tier in the future, keeping his mouth shut, which left the others itching on the inside.
A day later, more and more people arrived at the second stage, and tallying, there were over 70 people. In other words, among those who came from the first stage, over half arrived. Ling Han set up a tent, taking the chance to go into the Black Tower because Zhu Xian'er woke up. The injuries on her body were completely healed, but her divine sense was still heavily damaged. Recovering wasn't a day's effort but 1 to 2 months' time. But if she could endure past this stage, it would actually be of great help to her martial arts progression. Waking up from such an injury, this was a type of creation in destruction. At a loss, Zhu Xian'er asked, "Young Master Han, where's this place?" Moreover, she even saw Lic Chan here. Chapter 495. Resolving Formations. Rêverie. From the moment Zhu Xian'er stepped out and blocked the attack for him, Ling Han considered Zhu Xian'er a friend. Presumably, Zhu Xian'er probably wasn't the type not to be able to keep secrets, so he only hesitated a little, and said, "This is inside my spatial spirit tool." Zhu Xian'er was first taken aback, and then revealed an astonished expression and said, "How's that possible? Spatial spirit tools can't accommodate living things." Ling Han said smilingly, "Aren't you in it right now?" Zhu Xian'er was startled for a good while before finally accepting this reality, and went on, "But how's this spatial spirit tool so massive? This is almost like a world?" "That's why, this secret can't be known by others," Ling Han said sternly. Zhu Xian'er hurriedly nodded. A spatial spirit tool that was almost infinitely large and could accommodate living things. The value of it was insane. It was no wonder Ling Han kept this secret all along. However, now Ling Han let her in on this secret, instantly making her feel like as if she'd tasted honey. The sweetness felt all the way to the bottom of her heart. "Xian'er will definitely keep this secret," she also said sternly. "Focus on recuperating. There is plenty of spirit medicine here. Use the origin crystals as you please.
Recover from the injury of the soul first, or else you won't be able to cultivate at all,"
Ling Han said. "Yes." Zhu Xian'er nodded her head meekly. She no longer wore a veil, showing her remarkably delicate face, so breathtaking that Ling Han felt his heartbeat speed up. Fortunately, he was used to seeing heavenly phoenix divine maiden's beauty in his former life. Otherwise, he truly might be charmed by this lass. Ling Han didn't leave the Black Tower immediately. After leaving the divine temple, he was held up by all sorts of things along the way and hadn't had the chance to study these 2 pieces of patterned beast bones as well as 2 other gods' corpses. Inside the Black Tower, he no longer feared the coercive pressure of the gods and began to study in detail. These 2 gods' corpses looked complete, but the divine essence inside was exhausted, clearly all absorbed by the blood-sucking bugs in the long period of time. Could the gods' bones ground to powder be added into medicine? Ling Han muttered. Although they're not humans, they're in human form, and refining humans' bones into medicine feels quite disgusting. Forget it. Just leave it for now. He picked up the 2 beast skulls and studied the 2 bone patterns carefully. If he could comprehend the profoundness within, then it would increase his battle prowess by a lot. A night passed. Ling Han exited the Black Tower as the second stage's test was about to be underway. Those who want to participate in the test go in, and all those who can walk out will receive a reward. The top 3 will receive a great prize, the formation spirit said. The less time taken, the better the reward. Everyone was excited. In the first stage only the top 3 had rewards, but this stage all those who pass can receive a reward. The difficulty probably increased by quite a lot. They all entered that building and the scenery in front of their eyes changed immediately to a place full of mist. The surroundings were stone pillars,
on which all sorts of patterns were engraved. Many people entered at once, but now everyone was all alone, no longer able to see others. Formations. Ling Han sighed. So the second stage was formations. Resolving and leaving from the formation would count as a pass, and the fastest ones could receive generous rewards. He began circling inside the formation. The mist was steaming, and suddenly a beast appeared, diving towards him. He slashed it into pieces with one strike, but no blood splattered. It was manifested by the formation, not being a true entity. By the looks of the beast's strength, this should be a fifth-tier formation that mainly confuses the mind, and as its auxiliary effect would be beasts formed from spiritual qi. Ling Han soon saw through the formation's secrets. This was probably also adjusted depending on each individual's tier, or else if a flower blossom tier beast came, how would he block it? The prerequisite for resolving the formation was being able to withstand the formation's attacks. Otherwise, if one's life was no more, then how would one resolve the formation? Ling Han's mind was clear. He had entered many historic sites in his previous life, and didn't lack understanding of formations. In setting up a formation, he certainly was a newbie, but in resolving formations, he was a veteran. Soon, he had an inkling of it and walked within the formation, sometimes going left and sometimes going right, almost randomly. However, only after 10 minutes, it suddenly became clear ahead. He'd walked out of the formation. However, he wasn't the first one. Hunyao was already in front of him, gnawing on meat in boredom. Seeing Ling Han, she immediately ran over cheerfully, and not caring about her oily hands, she hugged Ling Han and said, "Niao missed you." Ling Han said with a smile, "When did Niao arrive?" "It seems like a long while," Hunyao said, biting on her fingers. "This little girl is very strange." The formation spirit appeared, pointing at Hunyao as it said, "I've never seen such a person that wasn't affected by the formation in the slightest degree and moved without following the formation's rules yet walking out of the formation." Ling Han was astounded. When he walked out of the formation earlier, he walked following how the formation was set up and definitely didn't walk in a straight line, and instead circled back and forth as if walking in a maze. However, the formation spirit meant that Hunyao didn't walk following the formation and simply ran straight out. This was truly surprising. "Niao is a genius," Hunyao said, pleased with herself. "Whether you're a genius or not, I don't know, but you were definitely first this time. You broke all the records." The formation spirit said, "You can choose a treasure as a reward." Ling Han was quick on his feet and said, Niao, ask him for 9 dragons tyrant body art." "Okay." Hunyao agreed in clear and loud voice, "Niao wants 9 dragons tyrant body art, give it to Ling Han." The formation spirit glanced at Ling Han, and then said to Hunyao, "Such a precious chance, you're giving it others?" "Niao's just that willful," Hunyao said, not caring at all, with hands on her hips. The formation spirit was speechless, throwing a light ball towards Ling Han and said, "You're lucky, otherwise it would be impossible to obtain this part of the art with your record." Ling Han laughed and pressed the ball of light on his forehead. Instantly, countless flashes of light entered his consciousness, combining with the previous 9 dragons tyrant body art. Now, if he cultivated it to the extreme, his physical body could reach the strength of 6 true dragons. However, Ling Han was the second place only for now. The second stage's test would go on for an entire day. It was possible that someone had just arrived and began the test, so his record would be confirmed after this day was over. People walked out one after another. These formations weren't too difficult, not enough to stump true geniuses. Resolving the formation was only a matter of time. A day soon passed. Ling Han's place remained as the second as expected, while third place was actually Lin Xiangqin. "Didn't expect it, huh? This lady's breasts may be big, but her brain is also quick." This girl winked at Ling Han, and stuck out her majestic chest, still acting provocatively. Ling Han could pick 3 types of medicinal pills, which made him gloomy. What medicinal pill couldn't he refine? He'd rather receive a book on the essence of formations. He bargained with the formation spirit to exchange for other rewards but was coldly rejected. "How stubborn," he complained inwardly. Chapter 496. Floating Stone Steps. Rêverie. Although he didn't like medicinal pills as a reward, he wouldn't waste the chance and so picked a pill. The tier of the 3 pills were actually not low, and quite coincidentally, among these pills, one was the Hidden Tiger Heavenly Luck pill, so Ling Han picked that one. The other 2 were used to assist in breaking through a tier heaven tier, but Ling Han didn't need it, and secondly, he could also refine it, so he skipped those. Anyway, when the people by his side reached the deity transformation tier, he shouldn't lack the ingredients to refine such pills. This was also a reward for Zhu Xian heir. There's one last test ahead. Those who can make it there in 10 days will have qualified to take the test. The formation spirit went on. Every person that passed through the formation received a reward, but other than the top 3, the rewards were hardly as impressive. Everyone departed, and even those who hadn't passed through the formation were let out. This didn't affect their qualifications to head towards the 3rd stage. The key was whether or not they could reach the 3rd stage. Similar to the forest that led to the 2nd stage, there were terrifying beasts keeping watch on the way, eliminating a portion of people. The 5 of them also set out, and since 2 parts of 9 Dragons Tyrant body art were acquired, Ling Han obviously wanted to obtain the last part even more, forming the complete art. While he hastened on the road, he began to study the art. Different from normal arts, the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art didn't cultivate origin power. It completely excavated the potential of the human body, increasing the power of blood, flesh, veins and muscles, and at last, breaking through the limit to become a god in flesh. To cultivate this art was rather easy. First, eat as much worldly treasures and such tonic things as possible, and second, cultivate for all one was worth, squeezing out one's own physical limits. This required a strong physique, or else one wouldn't be able to maintain such terrifying physical power. Just like a man of clay, even if its punch had over 10,000 pounds of force, if it smashed into a wall, the wall might shatter, but the man of clay itself would also collapse. However, if it were a golem, then a punch would definitely break the wall, and the golem itself would be fine. For Ling Han, the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art was like it was tailor-made for him, because he cultivated indestructible heaven scroll and the toughness of his physique was comparable to rare metals of the same tier. If he were to advance one more step to diamond tier, then it would be even more terrifying. With a strong physique, he would get twice the result by doing half the work when cultivating this art. However, now he didn't have the time to cultivate, because they were hurrying on the road. The formation spirit actually gave them 10 days this time, meaning that the road would be extremely long or filled with danger, and they would stumble and experience numerous difficulties before reaching the end. The flatlands soon disappeared, and there was no road ahead. Instead, there were stones floating in midair, layering higher and higher until the end of the skies. The 3rd stage. Could it be in the sky? It certainly seems so. Is this the ladder to heaven? Haha, this counts as a ladder. Everyone felt that this stage was not a test at all, because Flower Blossom tier warriors could fly, and even if they couldn't fly to the top in one go, there were floating stones on the way for them to stop to rest. Let's try it out. Ling Han leapt up, but his expression changed immediately. With this leap, he discovered the gravity here was unusually strong. Originally, he could jump at least several hundred feet, but now it was hardly 5 feet. Fortunately, he still jumped onto that floating stone. The strange thing was that when he was on the floating stone, the gravity returned to normal and no additional weight came upon him. Apparently, the gravity existed to stop Flower Blossom tier warriors from flying, as well as to increase their difficulty in advancing. This should also vary according to tier, or else it would lose meaning. All of you come up, this road probably won't be so easy to walk, he said. This was a bit like the city gate of the 1st stage, but the obstructive force was layered, while the gravity here was terrifying. The key was that the formation spirit said it would suffice to arrive within 10 days. What did this mean? The road was damn long. Therefore, this tested endurance and willpower. Otherwise, under such a strong gravitational environment, who could maintain their pace for 10 days' time? Everyone jumped up one after another. Some people actually didn't jump high enough and had to jump again, and this was only the first layer of floating stones. The end of the rows of floating stone steps couldn't be seen, so no one knew how far the road led. If there were an end, then everyone would at least have a goal to strive for in their minds, but the situation before their eyes, a road without end and moving forward, was extremely difficult. This could very easily make people disheartened and lose tenacity. Everyone began to move forward. At the start, everyone was fierce, jumping over the floating steps one after the other, but only after 10 minutes, their speed became slower and slower, with sweat trickling down their backs.
Ling Han was still relaxed.
He could actually store Lu Yutong and the others into the Black Tower and bring them to the top, but he didn't do so, because as he saw it, this was great for improving oneself. Those who could walk to the end in 10 days, regardless of martial arts talent, would at least prove that they possessed a heart to never back down. This was an indispensable quality on the road to the peak of martial arts. So Ling Han didn't wait for the others and employed his movement arts, climbing upwards rapidly. Flower blossom tier cultivators could only jump step by step here too. Moreover, the higher the tier, the greater the gravitational force one endured, losing their advantage. The test here was more about willpower than cultivation. Ling Han soon left everyone behind, and the only one who kept up with him was Hunyao. This little girl's speed was also clearly restricted, but she was still fast, at least no slower than Ling Han. Jumping continuously, and jumping until exhaustion, they rested on the floating rocks, meditating and absorbing spiritual qi to recover. This was greatly beneficial in increasing one's cultivation. Ling Han had eaten many great things, and the time was too short for many of them to show their effects, accumulating within his body. Now his body was operating in excess burden, which finally unleashed the effects. After completing cultivation, Ling Han began to cultivate the 9-Dragon Tyrant body art. This could only be cultivated 1 hour each day and no more. Going beyond the limit would instead harm the body. Also, during the cultivation process, blood, flesh, veins, and bones would absorb large amounts of energy and essence. If there weren't enough world treasures to keep up, then one would only overdraw oneself. Ling Han cultivated now because the essences of the treasured medicine accumulated within the body were all released through intense exercise. If he didn't cultivate the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art now, it would truly be a great waste. He assumed a strange posture, and instantly, the bones all over his body crackled. He almost bent himself into a curve, and qi and blood instantly couldn't circulate normally. It was so painful that he almost spurted out blood. The 9 Dragons Tyrant body art's initial stage had a total of 12 styles of such postures. Before acquiring the second portion of the art, there were only 6 styles, and apparently, the completed Tyrant body art probably had 18 styles. Chapter 497. Refining the Body.
Rêverie.
A minute later, Ling Han changed to the second posture. The bones in his body crackled again, as if stir-frying soybeans. Even though he already completed the cultivation of the iron sheet tier, and the hardness of his bones was comparable to rare metals of the same tier, he still felt like his bones were about to break. Since he was the one who forcibly assumed such a posture, it was equivalent to fighting against himself. So even if it were a rare metal of the same tier, divine metal would also break. Under this strange posture, his blood, flesh, and bones were as if they'd each possessed life, frantically absorbing the accumulated energy and turning it into his power. Yet, it wasn't origin power, but brute force of his physical body. The muscles definitely didn't bulge, but he still felt that each cell was filled with vitality and that he could crush a lofty mountain with a slight burst. This was obviously an illusion. He had just cultivated the body art, so it couldn't possibly have such a surprising effect already. However, once he truly completed the cultivation and became a god in flesh, then one punch would have the terrifying power of 9 true dragons. Ling Han changed to the third pose and his bones continued to crackle. He coughed out blood, but it was actually black with some impurities inside, making him struck dumb with amazement. The effects were too obvious. The sweat on his body was like rain, and his hair was all wet. With the dripping sounds of sweat, the hot air rose and formed puffs of white steam. Hunyao found it interesting and began to mimic his posture.
Ow!
The little girl cried incessantly, slumping onto the ground, and said with a wry face, not fun at all." Ling Han wanted to laugh, so this little monster-like girl wasn't freakish and surprising in all aspects. 12 minutes later, he assumed every single position once. A puddle of sweat had already formed over his body, was completely drenched. He changed postures again and returned to the first style, doing it for enough time. His body was continuously absorbing the energy essences within his body, and quite strangely, when he activated the 5 elements heaven grade skill, these essences turned into origin power, stored inside his dantian and spiritual ocean. Whereas now, it was absorbed by the cells everywhere, turning into pure brute force.
Origin power or brute force, what was the difference? Ling Han had heard that some living spirits were born enormous, and their body size at maturity was even that of a city. They didn't need to cultivate at all, as a punch and a kick could disintegrate a tall mountain. Like humans to ants. From the perspective of ants, how many levels did it need to cultivate before being able to fend against a human's brute force? 9 Dragons Tyrant body art might be created by some living spirits that were born gigantic and focused on cultivation of the body, becoming gods in flesh. Ling Han held down the distracting thoughts and devoted his whole mind to guiding the blood, flesh, veins, and bones and absorbing the drifting energy, turning it into his brute force. The things he ate these past few days were really too many, so the power converted from them was also very scary, making him feel as if would burst from being too full as his entire body was swelling. An hour later, Ling Han stopped and sat abruptly onto the ground, gasping for breath. This was truly exhausting, but also had an indescribable comfort, forming a strange feeling. After sitting for a while, he entered the Black Tower, took a shower, changed into new clothes, and then tested his brute force. It was comparable to the element gathering tier. God, he only cultivated it for an hour, and crossed right over a martial arts tier. Ling Han nodded to himself. This was because he stood at a different height. Now he was at the spiritual pedestal tier and ate many tonic things, and once these things evaporated, was it still not enough for a normal person to cross the body refining tier immediately? Contrarily, if you let a body refining tier cultivator eat so many tonic things, they die from being too full. However, the start is quick because I'm already at the spiritual pedestal tier, and the following progress probably wouldn't be so fast, Ling Han said to himself, cracking a smile. Body art would be one of his trump cards. In the future, if anyone thought that he was at the end of the rope but he suddenly broke out with terrifying brute force, he could turn the tables with one move. He exited the Black Tower and set a fire as he began to boil things with Hunyeo. Now he had one more area of expense, craving for food more and more. In the future, the Black Tower has to foster more beasts, Ling Han said. Otherwise, it really would be impossible to sustain his and Hunyeo's stomachs. Yes, yes. Hunyeo expressed great approval, staring at Ling Han while drooling. That egg can't be eaten, Ling Han hurriedly said. The little girl still refused to give up her evil intentions, not forgetting about the azure flame vulture's egg. Humph, stingy. Hunyeo pouted, but when the food finished cooking, she immediately began eating delightfully. When they were about to finish eating, they saw someone climb up arduously. It was Shenzhong Chen. He never would have thought that the one charging at third place wouldn't be a flower blossom tier from the older generation and wouldn't be a top figure of the prodigy role in their prime, but instead the white-robed sword king who charged into 8th place this year. Ling Han nodded. The third stage's test was not about strength. Of course, if it were monsters like Ling Han and Hunyeo who were undoubtedly at the cultivation of the 2nd and 3rd layer spiritual pedestal tier but had the power comparable to the 9th layer, then that would be another matter. As a whole, this stage tested people's tenacity. Spiritual pedestal tier warriors had already opened up a spiritual ocean, having continuous flow of origin power, and established spiritual pedestals, which could connect with the heavens. On a climb like this, they definitely couldn't be exhausted. However, the gravitational force was too strong and very easily made people feel weary. So who was faster and who was slower was the sole matter of each person's determination. If you walked a few steps and had to rest, then how could you possibly be fast? This swordsman's eyes were like swords, flickering with tenacity and resolution. He was obviously not going to stop until he reached the end. His body was just like Ling Han's previously, full of sweat, with hair completely soaked. But a man shedding sweat wouldn't give people the feeling of disorderliness, but rather limitless masculinity. Men should be like so. Ling Han gave up on the idea of inviting him over for a meal. Shenzhong Chen was squeezing his determination to the limits, and it was very possible he would gain explosive improvement, rocketing in cultivation or having a great breakthrough on the path of the sword. Hunyeo, we can't be lazy anymore. Let's charge to the top in one go, he said. Charge! Hunyeo raised her small fist. The two started climbing again. Their power far surpassed their tiers, and since this place delimited the gravitational power everyone endured by tier, their speed was ridiculously fast, surpassing Shenzhong Chen in a short while. Ling Han, however, sighed. He was too relaxed, so relaxed that he couldn't push his own limits, which then would have no effect of tempering how truly unfortunate.
Conversely, it was also because he had already pushed the limits beyond this level that he could be so relaxed now, having already gone through the process.
With this thought, he felt balanced inside. Chapter 498. Three-Beast Phenomenon. Rêverie. For others, this heaven ascending ladder was a great test, but for these two monsters, Ling Han and Hu Niu, it was only slightly strenuous, absolutely unable to push them beyond their limits. Thus, Ling Han soon lost interest, and after climbing for one day, he stopped to cultivate origin power, then increased his brute force. Instead, cultivating the 9 dragons tyrant body art was extremely painful as each posture wasn't something normal people could do, each time making him hack out blood. No wonder he had to eat tonic things, or else he would die hacking out blood every day like this, then to hell with cultivation. Each time Ling Han finished cultivating and began eating meat with Hu Niu, he would see the white-robed Sword King catch up. With each passing day, his expression didn't falter a single bit, and his gaze even became brighter. Ling Han could see that something had been planted inside the heart of the swordsman, and once it budded, it would produce a surprising change. This was Shan Zhongcheng's opportunity. After 9 whole days, Ling Han and Hu Niu finally climbed to the end of the heaven ascending ladder, and this place was actually a large stretch of land, indescribably strange. It was as if it was originally a complete piece of land that was forcibly broken off by a mighty being, a part placed on top and a part placed on bottom, forming a massive stairway. Suddenly, an unusual surge transmitted from below and emitted an astounding might. The presence surged like the tide. What? Someone had a breakthrough, and it's to the flower blossom tier. Ling Han was astounded. In another short while, the surge rose again. A second person is breaking through to the flower blossom tier. Ling Han was even more surprised. From the spiritual pedestal tier to the flower blossom tier, this was a process of transcending mortals, and although flower blossom tier beings were far from beings called gods, flower blossom tier creatures could fly and survive just from absorbing spiritual qi without eating, something mortals could not compare with. Thus, crossing this step was extremely arduous, and the commotion associated with it was also ridiculous large. In half a day, Ling Han actually felt the surge of 7 breakthroughs to the flower blossom tier, and it definitely wasn't the same person charging 7 times consecutively because of failure. It should have been those prodigies who were stuck at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and were originally only a step away from the flower blossom tier. Limited by the difficulty of crossing into the flower blossom tier, they had been stalled in taking this step. But here, they were forced to their limits and even surpassed them. This was a type of refinement of willpower that allowed people to enter the state of becoming one with heaven and earth extremely easily, completely seeing through oneself and comprehending instantly, then taking the key step. No wonder so many people wanted to come in. Even if they couldn't obtain any treasures, this toughening experience alone was worth it. Of course, the 7 could break through also because their accumulation at the spiritual pedestal tier was deep enough, or else those who just crossed into the 9th layer of the pedestal tier and wanted to break through to the flower blossom tier through this walk would also succeed. That would just be a joke. This was only supplementary, having a boosting effect. The key was still oneself. 7 people wasn't the end. On the afternoon of the 10th day, another 3 people began breaking through to the flower blossom tier one after another. Obviously, these 10 people couldn't make it here in the 10 days, because breaking through to the flower blossom tier would require at least 10 days' time. When they completed the breakthrough, the limit of 1 month would come, and all would have to leave the mystery realm. The white-robed Sword King was the third to arrive, and when he crossed the last step, he sat down cross-legged. Spiritual Qi surged, and almost visibly poured into his body as if several shapeless hands were pulling the spiritual qi. Looking closely, the spiritual qi turned into 3 fierce beasts, leaping at Shen Zhongchen's body at 3 different angles. What? 3 beasts phenomenon? Ling Han was astounded. The legend is actually real. So it turns out that completely surpassing oneself will certainly bring forth the reaction of a mysterious power in heaven and earth. It said that the bigger the number of spiritual beasts one can draw forth, the bigger the number of small tiers one will break through at the end. Now, Shen Zhongchen has really profited greatly. Spiritual qi came surging and continued to turn into the shape of beasts. 3 beasts after another leapt towards Shen Zhongchen and continuously increased his cultivation. In the matter of half an hour, powerful energy burst out from Shen Zhongcheng's body. He opened his eyes suddenly,
His eyes were as bright as two small suns, but the radiance immediately faded, leaving his eyes still filled with intimidation and as if sharp swords.
The fifth layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. His cultivation grew drastically by 3 small tiers as expected. Ling Han was awfully envious. Why did he have to be so strong? Strong to the point that the test tier couldn't force him to his limits. The fourth person to arrive was actually Can Yi. His killing intent overflowed from his body.
He held a saber in his right hand, and a terrifying ominous glare shot from his eyes, as fearless as if he wouldn't hesitate to strike with his saber to cut apart a shattering void tier elite should one appear before him now.
This refinement of willpower finally unleashed his killing intent completely. Can Yi also sat down immediately, and Hong, spiritual qi swirled, also forming 3 foreign beasts that surged into his body. Sigh, are they all trying to anger me? Ling Han shook his head, but also revealed a smile. Through this tempering, Can Yi could really count it as treading the road of elites, and his achievements in the future would be unlimited. In Rain Country, he had had a feeling that Can Yi would become the second setting sun saber emperor in the future, but now this feeling turned into conviction. As long as Can Yi could stay alive and keep battling on, he would become such an elite. Ling Han stroked his chin. Should he let Can Yi develop on his own? Following beside him and always receiving his protection, Can Yi would never become a true elite, but only a powerful subordinate.
People arrived in succession, but there were extremely few of them. Moreover, Yukuan Luan and figures near the top of the prodigy roll from the previous generation or the 2 generations before could not be seen, probably all being those 10 charging to the flower blossom tier.
Ling Han thought so shortly and threw that train of thought aside. He longed to pass the 3rd stage and obtain the complete 9 Dragons Tyrant body art. When this day ended, only 14 people passed. Lu Yutong and Yu Kai Yu still didn't come up. Apparently, their willpower was not firm enough or freakish, so to speak. Shen Zhongchen spent over 9 days to arrive, and even drew forth the 3 beasts phenomenon. It was enough to see how challenging this was. So, it was also quite normal for them not to have arrived. The formation spirit appeared, swept the 14 people with its gaze, and said, "The 3rd stage's test is pill refining skill. There is no definite standard. I'll make the judgment." Instantly, 13 of the 14 people gave up. Why? None of them were alchemists, so to hell with the test. The formation spirit's expression was somewhat doubtful, staring at Ling Han as it said, "You're also an alchemist? You're actually the only alchemist here?" Truly not a coincidence. Ling Han sighed intentionally. The formation spirit thought shortly, and said, "Even if it's only you, if the level of the pill you refine is not up to par, you still won't get any good rewards." Was it underestimating the Grandmaster of Alchemy? Chapter 499. Completing the God Art. Rêverie. Hurry up and start. Ling Han was unable to wait, as if he already saw the last part of the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art waving at him. "Brat, you're too arrogant." Even the formation spirit argued needlessly. Ling Han laughed loudly and entered the building ahead. Xiao. His figure swayed and appeared in a medicinal room with walls in the surroundings, set with rows of shelves, on which were all sorts of medicinal ingredients, while the medicinal furnace was in the middle. He sensed it momentarily well. His divine sense was extracted again. Ling Han couldn't help but exclaim what a pity it was. The medicinal ingredients here were at least of the 9th tier, and he wanted to bring out the medicinal pill after refining it. Never would he have thought that it was just a mental space, and all was just an illusion. Here, you don't have to worry about the limit of the fire's temperature. What ingredients you want to refine will all be on the shelves, and if it's not there, tell me and I'll bring it for you. The formation spirit also appeared. Ling Han couldn't help but ask, "What tier of medicinal pill do I have to refine to acquire the last part of the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art?" The formation spirit just wanted to roll its eyes. "You haven't even started refining and already set your eyes on the prize? You're that confident?" It paused and said, "Based on your age, at least high-level Earth grade to qualify, and it also depends on the quality of the pill formed." "Why didn't you say earlier?" Schwa schwa schwa. Ling Han already picked out medicine from the shelves, extraordinarily fast. "For insurance's sake, I'll refine low-level Heaven Grade's Blue Rainbow Clear Soul Pill." The corner of the formation spirit's mouth clearly twitched. Heaven Grade medicinal pill? You sure talk big.
However, Ling Han already started, both hands turning naturally and smoothly, selecting, cleaning, then refining, and at last opening the furnace to refine the pill. The entire process was done in one go, indescribably smooth and easy. The formation spirit's mouth slowly opened up, and became a circle in the end, apparently overly shocked. How could there be such a freak in this world? Amazing talent in martial arts and outstanding performance in formations, and at last, even stunningly peerless in alchemy. Such an all-round freak would really appear in this world. Refining a heaven-grade medicinal pill took a while because only after 3 days and 3 nights did Ling Han wrap up, feeling an intense weariness. After all, it was a heaven-grade medicinal pill, and his current divine sense's strength was too weak, unable to endure refining more than 1 furnace of pills. The formation spirit didn't even look at the pill formed. This was all an illusion that changed within its formation. It looked at Ling Han's every step of pill raining and naturally knew whether the medicinal pill was successfully refined and how many stars it was. Take it, take it. The formation spirit threw a ball of light. Needless to say, this was definitely the last portion of the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art. Ling Han hurriedly caught the ball of light and pressed it on his forehead. As expected, the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art changed again, finally complete. Kid, you're qualified to become an internal disciple of the 12 palaces. So, under what palace do you want to become a disciple? The formation spirit suddenly asked. Ling Han smiled and said, Send my divine sense back to my body first. I'll show you something, but don't let anyone else know. Xueqi, acting all mysterious. The formation spirited snorted, yet acted accordingly. Ling Han's divine sense returned. He was still inside the building but no longer in the hermetic stone room. He also re-established the connection with the Black Tower. He took out the key of the Sagittarius Palace, swaying it in his hand. You actually have the key to open the Sagittarius Palace? The formation spirit cried out. Why didn't you take it out earlier? If I took it out earlier, how could I have obtained 9 Dragons Tyrant body art? Ling Han replied with a question. Damn brat! The formation spirit muttered, and suddenly laughed gloatingly. To tell you an unfortunate news, it's not the first time the Sagittarius Palace has been opened, so the treasures inside the palace have already been cleaned out, leaving only 2 things that can't be taken out. SHT. Ha. The formation spirit laughed loudly. It had been annoyed at Ling Han for a long time, and now being able to disgust Ling Han once instantly made it feel really pleased. It paused, then went on. However, the things of true value in the Sagittarius Palace are those 2 things that can't be taken away. What are they? Ling Han asked just in case. A mystical power, and a set of coordinates, the formation spirit said. A mystical power. Ling Han was happy. This was a great thing, but what the heck was the coordinate? He asked, coordinates of what? In former years, Heavenly River King once discovered an astounding God's depository, and just taking a few things allowed him to be all-powerful in the Great Brahmas. These coordinates are the location of the God's depository, the formation spirit answered. Ling Han suddenly realized that what Tian Zhao wanted to take away was definitely those coordinates. These coordinates are only in the Sagittarius Palace? Ling Han asked again. No, in all 12 palaces. Being able to inherit the legacy of the 12 palaces, one is naturally qualified to receive Heavenly River King's remaining treasures, the formation spirit said. Right, what sort of a place is the Great Brahmas? Ling Han asked. The formation spirit rolled its eyes and said, I'm only the core of this formation, not a know-it, so how should I know? Damn, scoffed at by a formation spirit. Ling Han pondered and said, Is there anyone else who brought a key in this time? What, you guessed even that? The formation spirit was astounded. Before you, there certainly was a kid who brought a key over in a rush, and didn't attend the tests earlier. Is he called Wan Yijian? Ling Han felt apprehensive. That's right. As expected, Wan Yijian didn't coincidentally encounter the opening of the 12 Skies Mystery Realm, and probably paid close attention to North Region's situation ever since he'd obtained the key. Which palace did he open? Scorpio Palace. Ling Han thought shortly and said, Since the Sagittarius Palace has already been opened, has that god's depository been taken away? No. The formation spirit shook its head, returned Ling Han the key, and said, "This is not only the key to open the Sagittarius Palace, but also the authenticating object to enter the God's depository. There lie the restrictions set by Heavenly River King, and without a key, you can't enter at all. However, the key will disappear after one use. Since it's appeared again, it means that previous possessor didn't enter the God's depository." So that was how matters stood. "After you leave here, I'll take you to Sagittarius Palace," the formation spirit continued. "All right." Ling Han went out, and quite a few people's gazes immediately targeted him. Everyone knew that Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist, and he not only passed the stage, but also definitely acquired an extremely good record. He must have obtained surprising treasures. Ao Feng and the other Flower Blossom tier warriors revealed killing intent in their eyes. If not for fear of the formation spirit, they definitely would attack and seize it. You. The formation spirit pointed at those that arrived within 10 days. "You guys all qualify to become an external disciple of the 12 palaces. Those interested, follow me." The 13 people hurriedly followed. Didn't they come in for opportunities? Hunyo didn't care much. She simply followed Ling Han. Chapter 500. Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow. Rêverie. The formation spirit brought them into the room and performed a ceremony, praying in front of a few memorial tablets. They were now foreign disciples of the 12 palaces, and each person would be imparted an art and a skill. However, neither could be imparted to others. Otherwise, it would trigger some sort of restriction and wipe out their souls. Hunyo didn't want it, wouldn't possibly let others leave a restriction in her mind. Ling Han could inherit Sagittarius Palace. His status would soon be high, as he could almost be called one of the masters of the mystery realm naturally. He wouldn't be offered an art or skill. After everyone received the legacy, they left one by one. "All right, the test is all over. Go wherever you need to. There's still 10 days time to cultivate here, and when the time comes, I'll send you all out," the formation spirit said. Hearing this, everyone naturally dispersed, and as to whether they truly left, only they themselves would know. Since they had their eyes on Ling Han. The formation spirit snorted. It didn't care about the others, but Ling Han was now the master of Sagittarius Palace, so how could it allow anyone to commit a crime in front of its eyes? It grabbed onto Ling Han's shoulder, and Xiao, both disappeared without a trace. "Where's he?" Those who were hidden in the dark charged out, but Ling Han and the formation spirit were nowhere to be found. Ling Han clearly already received the reward, so why is the formation spirit still with him? Someone said in ponder. Could it be? Could it be? The stolen key from the Zhang family is on him. Everyone cried out. The Zhang family had a key of the mystery realm, and originally planned to invite a groom through martial arts competition, taking in the strongest son-in-law and giving out a treasure. However, the key was robbed during the martial arts contest, and even a spiritual infant tier elite stepping in couldn't retrieve it. Everyone believed that Rong Huan Xian stole the key, but now the Thousand Corpse Sect disciple was obviously still at the bottom, not even finished with climbing the stone steps. Could what Rong Huan Xian said be true, that his key was truly robbed? After entering the mystery realm, Rong Huan Xian said that the key wasn't on him, but how could anyone believe that? However, now it looked like that guy might not have lied, and the key was actually obtained by Ling Han. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Kan Yi and Hu Niu. What do you guys want? Don't even think about fight for food with Niu. Hu Niu immediately said fiercely, hiding the dried meat behind her back. Take them down and use them to threaten Ling Han afterwards. Force him to hand over the treasures. Everyone said one after another. As Ling Han's figure flashed, he already arrived at a square. In the surroundings of the square were 12 majestic and imposing palaces, but each palace's door was tightly shut. Before each palace was a monument. There was a white sheep, a golden cow, Pisces. All were different. Here, the Sagittarius Palace is there. You can enter through the palace door using the key, the formation spirit said, and then was slightly startled, revealing a strange expression as it said, "Someone is going to harm to your companions." Ling Han frowned and said, "Bring me back." "No need, I'll protect them for you," the formation spirit said smilingly, and its figure flashed and disappeared at once. With the formation spirit's protection,
they should be absolutely safe. Even if that superbug king came, it probably could still block it. Ling Han took key to the Sagittarius Palace's entrance. This key wasn't used to open the palace doors, but to let the palace doors become void, allowing him to pass through. As expected, the palace was empty, almost without a thing. It truly was emptied out.
Ling Han sighed.
Which senior was so virtueless and left not even a bit for him? Should he dig up that person's ancestor's grave in the future?
Full of evil intentions, he thought for a while, then set his gaze on a sculpture within the palace. It was a martial artist shooting an arrow at the sky, and though it was simply a sculpture, it stunned Ling Han greatly. It was as if it gently let its finger loose, the raging arrow would shoot down even the sun in the sky.
Mystical power. This is an archery technique. Ling Han revealed an exhilarated look. Wait, if this archery technique was coordinated with the Eye of Truth, what sort of effect would it have? He felt a rush of excitement. The two mystical powers layered on together was definitely not 1 + 1 = 2, but probably far surpassing that. Regardless of all this, I have to obtain this mystical power first. Ling Han came before the sculpture and pressed his hand onto it. Instantly, his consciousness shined. An extremely powerful being stood in the starry skies and shot down stars in the skies, terrifyingly stunning. Ling Han only felt like his head was about to split. This person's presence was too powerful. Even if he only saw a few scenes of the person's display in former years, it made his head feel like it was about to explode. This was too great of an impact on his divine sense. He forcibly endured, but blood still oozed out from his ears, nose and mouth. This impact was too frightening.
So that's how it is,
Ling Han muttered continuously. Unlike the Eye of Truth, when he only received a broken eyeball and all had to be discovered on his own, an elite's image appeared to display the power for him, explaining things in great detail. Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow. This was the mystical power's name. At its extreme, it could extract a star as an arrow, killing a true dragon. I acquired 9 dragons tyrant body art, and at its extreme I can possess the power of 9 true dragons. Now, this is a dragon annihilation arrow. Is this implying I annihilate myself? Ling Han laughed in spite of himself. Damn, it's obviously the Sagittarius Palace, yet it doesn't even leave me a bow. But after crossing into the flower blossom tier, I can use my body as a bow, and extract spiritual chi from heaven and earth as an arrow. Even without a treasured bow, it can still unleash extremely powerful might. Besides, I also cultivate body art concurrently, and on top of brute force, an arrow's might would definitely be astounding. This way, I'll have one more ranged attack method. Ling Han sat cross-legged and focused on extracting the power of the legacy within the sculpture. He only had 10 days or so, and after a month's time was up, he would also be thrown out of the mystery realm. So, he couldn't waste time, and if he didn't grasp this mystical power, he would have to come back in 100 years. He didn't rest and kept absorbing the legacy within the sculpture, doing everything possible to turn it into his own comprehension. Moreover, there certainly was a set of coordinates inside the sculpture, but it was meaningless now since that was in the Great Brahmas, which was probably an area in the God realm anyway. While absorbing the legacy, the sculpture was as if fusing with him, replacing his spirit base and absorbing spiritual chi continuously. Needless for him to convert it, it naturally converted into origin power to construct the spiritual pedestal. The spirit chi here was so abundant here, so Ling Han's cultivation was literally moved up a step each day, surprisingly fast. This sculpture was actually Sagittarius Palace's most valuable treasure. Days went by. Ling Han sat still like an old monk, completely losing sense of time. His body trembled and appeared inside a valley, with a dazzling sun shining high above. Ling Han was first startled and then returned to his senses. So, he'd already exited the mystery realm and returned to North Region. Yan Tianzhao. His eyes shot a chilling glare. Yan Tianzhao stood 10 feet away from him. Chapter 501. Killing Yan Tianzhao. Rêverie. Yan Tianzhao sneered, Ling Han, I'll leave that thing in your hands and take it back in the future. You still have a future? Ling Han's killing intent erupted, charging right out. You'll die today. Haha, you're talking a fool's talk? Yan Tianzhao counterattacked, yet immediately let out a cry in surprise. You actually reached the 8th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier? He snorted again, that was still infinitely far from the flower blossom tier. Xiao. The people that entered the mystery realm appeared one by one. Yu Kuan Luan, Bai He Shun, and other well-known figures from on the older generation's prodigy roll all crossed into the flower blossom tier. They spurred with long accumulation, finally crossing the most arduous step with the mystery realm's help. Entering the flower blossom tier meant transcending the mortal body, so every one of them was soared with confidence, an ineffable vigor. They also looked at Ling Han. Previously, when the Zhang family looked for a groom, they were all defeated by Ling Han and Tian Zhao. Now that they crossed into the flower blossom tier, it was another shuffle of the cards. Especially Ling Han that hadn't crossed into the flower blossom tier, having no qualifications to be placed on par with them at all. Small tower, give me a power boost. Ling Han said inwardly. Although power boosting at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier would be the most profitable, he only had one thought now, and that was to kill Tian Zhao, ending the karma that he sowed. Ling Han's presence skyrocketed, instantly broke through to the flower blossom tier, and then charged all the way up to the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier. All the flower blossom tier elites casted a sidelong glance towards Ling Han. What happened? How was it possible that his tier instantly underwent such a terrifying change? Especially Yu Kuan Luan, who was originally filled with confidence, wanting to battle Ling Han to wash away the humiliation of him retreating without a fight. With this a rude awakening, the gloominess in his heart could be imagined. Tian Zhao's expression instinctively turned stern. Ling Han's battle prowess was too strong, and he'd experienced it before. Under the circumstances that he was ahead in tier, the two were tied, but now Ling Han's tier was advantageous, and not just by a bit. This fight was definitely going to be hard. Ling Han swung his sword, and 10 flashes of sword chi streaked. Tian Zhao struck back. His control of power reached the acme of perfection and could utilize 1%'s power as 10%'s power. After all, he could be seen as a special type of god, and couldn't possibly be ordinary. However, Ling Han was way too extraordinary. As the demon birth sword came slashing, the power of it was frightening, and the dazzling sword light enveloped him completely. On top of the absolute advantage in power, he fell into a disadvantageous position. You only forcibly increased your power to the flower blossom tier, and aren't truly at the flower blossom tier. Tian Zhao was unquestionably sharp, immediately seeing through Ling Han's weak point. What was the most powerful about the flower blossom tier beings? They could invoke heaven and earth spiritual chi in the surroundings to strengthen themselves and turn 1-fold's attack into 10-fold, and even 100-fold. Ling Han only possessed the power of the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier, and couldn't utilize heaven and earth spiritual chi. This was the shortcoming of his tier. However, the difference of each small tier in the flower blossom tier was a great gap in power, so the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier was enough to make up for 10 times and even 100 times the amplification effect of heaven and earth spiritual chi, allowing Ling Han to still have the advantage. However, such an advantage wasn't as obvious as the 8th layer against the 1st layer. It was at most the 2nd layer against the 1st layer. Tian Zhao was fearless, exchanging blows with Ling Han. His grasp over power was too powerful, soon stabilizing the situation. However, with the sharpness of the demon birth sword, he still didn't dare to parry it head-on, remaining at a disadvantage. This already made the flower blossom tier elites looking pained in the jaws. These two people's battle prowess was at least flower blossom tier 6 stars, suppressing many veteran flower blossom tier warriors. Ling Han, you can't possibly kill me. Just stop and keep your life. When the time comes, I'll find you. Tian Zhao laughed loudly. What he meant by time was naturally when he crossed into the shattering void tier, having the qualification to shatter the void to become God. When he got the coordinates and returned to the great Brahmas, he'd be able to open the god's treasure trove discovered by Heavenly River King. There won't be a future, you must die today, Ling Han said coldly. He had been accumulating strength, and now mysterious 3000 was ready. With a sword thrust, it started turning into 1,000 flashes of sword light. Tian Zhao's expression changed drastically. This strike was too powerful and he didn't dare to parry it head-on, immediately turning away to run. Flower blossom tier creatures could fly, so he naturally flew into the sky and said, Ling Han, just you wait. No need to wait. Ling Han sheathed his sword and made a posture of drawing a bow. There was clearly no bow in his hand, but an arrow appeared out of thin air, formed exactly by heaven and earth's spiritual qi. He activated the Eye of Truth and glanced at Yen Tianzhao's weak point. Xiao, a chilling flash of light shot out, ridiculously fast. Ah! Yen Tianzhao screamed tragically. His left rib was shot. Green blood splattered, looking extremely strange. The left rib was his vulnerable spot, and was penetrated by the arrow formed by spiritual qi. It instantly made the origin power in his body pour out and his figure staggered, sliding down from the sky. Ling Han chased wielding his sword, and when Yen Tianzhao fell down, he unleashed another mysterious 3,000. Fear flickered in Yen Tianzhao's eyes. At this moment, he truly felt that death was approaching. He didn't want to die, since he acquired a god's memory and had a 90% grasp of becoming a god in the future. Moreover, he still hadn't executed many maneuvers, and if he fought a life-and-death battle with Ling Han, it was uncertain who would emerge as the victor. But now, all was too late. 1,000 sword lights came piercing. It was Ling Han's strongest killer move. Yen Tianzhao's vulnerable spot was injured, and falling from the sky, he had no way to evade. Under his survival instinct, he formed a seal with his hands and fired out a bunch of green nets, intertwining in front of him, stopping Ling Han as much as possible. Pu, 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 sword lights were like rain, instantly tearing apart the green nets. At least 500 sword lights poured down on Yen Tianzhao's body as minced meat flew into the air continuously, turning him into a skeleton. Tang, 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 Yen Tianzhao stepped back as guts and other internal organs slid out. A sword mark also appeared on his head, showing a deep wound. Everyone shook their heads. Yen Tianzhao's head was already crushed and he was struggling at death's door. He would die at most in a few more breaths. Yen Tianzhao looked startlingly at Ling Han. His eyes already fell out, and now 2 black holes remained, particularly terrifying. He still couldn't believe that underestimating an enemy, or rather simply not wanting to fight with Ling Han head-on, would actually doom him eternally. When enemies met face-to-face on a narrow path, the courageous one even forgot such a simple thing. Ha 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 ha, Ling Han, now that I'm dead, don't think about getting off easily. He focused his mind and said loudly, this man received Zhang family's key and opened Sagittarius Palace, which is related to a god's treasure trove, a hidden treasure even gods would be stirred by. And he also has a treasure tool that can accommodate. Pooh! Ling Han's sword pierced through, thoroughly ending his life. Nevertheless, the seed had been sowed. Ling Han's gaze swept by, and he saw that countless people looked at him with eyes burning with desire, wishing they could devour him alive. God's treasure trove. Chapter 502. Dragged Under. Rêverie. Ling Han was fearless. He didn't refute it, because when involving things like treasure, many people would rather believe it existed. Moreover, a man's words were good when death was near, so Yen Tianzhao's words were quite persuasive. His gaze swept by and seeing Wen Yijian, he immediately waved and said, Junior brother Wen. Pooh, quite a few people spurted out, why did Ling Han call Wen Yijian junior brother? The two were completely unrelated, right? Wen Yijian was also slightly startled, and said, not sure why Master Ling calls me junior brother? You and I both acquired the legacy of the 12 palaces, of course we're fellow brothers. Ling Han laughed loudly. He had to drag Wen Yijian down to share some of his burden. He obviously didn't fear these flower blossom tier warriors, but if some spiritual infant tier ones came, it would be hard to deal with. Moreover, should the news spread, maybe shattering void tier elites would cross over regions no matter the cost? Then even if he had the Black Tower's protection, would he hide in a shell for his entire life? Wen Yijian was one from East region and ran over to North region for gains, so he had to share some of the pressure for him. He couldn't always be the one to take the burden, right? Hee hee, Master Ling sure loves telling jokes. Wen Yijian guffawed, looking like arguing was beneath him, yet thought that if they were fellow brothers, he would be the senior one. Ling Han snickered and said, Junior brother, when acquired the Scorpio Palace's legacy, do you dare make a heart's vow and bet to say that I'm wrong? A heart's vow was a vow to one's martial arts principles, and if this were faked, one wouldn't get struck by thunder, but it would heavily influence one's martial arts progression. It definitely couldn't be made recklessly.
In the depths of Wen Yijian's eyes was a shred of annoyance, but his expression was extremely calm as he said indifferently, "Why should I make a heart's vow senseless?" Ling Han said no more, simply sweeping past everyone, and said, "Me and junior brother Wen are kings amongst martial artists and have both crossed into the flower blossom tier. On top of this flower blossom tier king tier puppet, he summoned the rock spirit. If you want, come battle, let's see how many people will spill their blood across the skies and leave their lives here." The corner of Wen Yijian's mouth twitched. Why did Ling Han include him again? This person didn't have ears at all and didn't listen to him speak or something. He was even more shocked. Receiving great benefits at the Scorpio Palace, he finally crossed into the flower blossom tier, but also acquired a mystic art which could hide his cultivation, which still looked like the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. So how did Ling Han see through with a single glance? What the hell of a mystic art was this? "Don't care so much, take the two of them down." The flower blossom tier cultivators exchanged their opinions, whether it was the legacy of the 12 palaces or the god's treasure trove, both were of great significance. They would rather mistakenly kill and definitely not miss it. "Not going to play with you North Region lunatics." Wan Yijian shot up abruptly, and the presence of the flower blossom tier spread out without reservation. With a step down was a flash of divine light, which burst forth as he left soaring through the sky. "Want to leave?" Immediately, dozens of attacks came flying. Even if Wen Yijian's battle prowess was exceptional, he just broken through after all couldn't possibly resist against such a bombardment of attacks, and was forced to land. "Junior brother Wen, let's fight shoulder to shoulder." Ling Han laughed loudly. Wan Yijian was almost had a wry nose from anger. He could have left quietly, getting rich secretly, but Ling Han actually exposed him. Now, he was caught in a dangerous situation, making him extremely gloomy. "Ling Han, when did I offend you? Why do you have to mess with me like this?" he said coldly, not even calling him Master Ling. Ling Han laughed and said justifiably, "Junior brother Wen, we're a family, of course we should pull together at a time like this. Don't worry, I'll protect you." "Protect your sister?" I could have calmly left with a swagger. Wan Yijian grimaced as the situation in front of his eyes obviously wouldn't be as he wished. Fortunately, the spiritual infant tier warriors earlier had already gone back, or else, if those elites intervened, he would only be able to submit. Now, he could fight it out, and break through the tight encirclement. "Ling Han, this debt, I'll definitely make you pay for it," he swore as he stood together with Ling Han. The two in addition to the rock spirit formed a corner, back to back. "Ha, that'll be in the future," Ling Han said unconcernedly. Lu Yutong and the others were tactful and didn't go forward. If they went up now, not only would they not be able to help Ling Han, they'd instead become a burden, making them feel unpleasant inside. Despite their fast progression speed, even fighting into North Region's prodigy role, they still couldn't share part of Ling Han's worries and burdens. Come, who wants the treasure? Just attack." Ling Han laughed loudly. "But, you guys have to think clearly. I'm also a heaven-grade alchemist. If you hurt single hair of mine, be careful lest the entire alchemist society will give you all a hard time." The faces of all the flower blossom tier's elites twitched, thinking that Ling Han was exceedingly courageous, and at the same time a bit rascally. Fighting against the masses alone, this was obviously exceedingly courageous. However, he also put out his identity of a heaven-grade alchemist to threaten them, making them hold back when they attacked. Wasn't this extremely rascally? This wasn't a bit at all like an 18-year-old youngster, but rather mature and slick, just like an old fox. "Take them down, do your best not to hurt them." The flower blossom tier warriors reached a consensus. A heaven-grade alchemist's capacity was too heavy. Killing one secretly was all right, but killing Ling Han in public, that would definitely spread to the entire world. Whoever made the move would definitely be pushed out by the sect as a scapegoat to settle the fury of the world's alchemists. "Oh, I didn't get the treasure, but I'd still have to give up my life for it. Woe would do such a thing." Thus, everyone hoped that someone else would kill Ling Han accidentally, but they themselves definitely wouldn't do it. Go! Over 20 flower blossom tier cultivators attacked together, their momentum vast and mighty. Ling Han, Wen Yijian, and the rock spirit roared, swinging their swords and pulling their fists, charging up one after another. Watching on the side, Hu Niu stamped her feet, but it was currently a chaotic fight, and any random gust of wind was at Flower Blossom tier, filling the entire fray. No matter how fast she was, it was impossible to avoid the remaining shock waves of so many attacks. Going in head-on would only result in injury. Her battle instincts were too scary, immediately figuring out such a conclusion, which was why she didn't charge up hot-headedly. Nyo wants to become stronger. Nyo wants to become stronger. The little grill yelled loudly. Something inside her seemed to awaken, emitting a light hint of divine might. Mortals couldn't possibly sense it as it shot to the heavens, even breaking through this world. Ling Han now had the power of the 8th layer of the Flower Blossom tier, and on top of the former Heaven tier's divine sense, he could still allocate Heaven and Earth spirit chi. However, the amount was relatively smaller, so his actual cultivation was equivalent to the 3rd layer of the Flower Blossom tier. In addition to the various arts he grasped, his battle prowess rocketed to 10 stars, surpassing 7 stars. This was mainly because his power was forcibly boosted. Otherwise, if he truly crossed into the Flower Blossom tier, then even at 1st layer Flower Blossom tier, his battle prowess could also reach 10 stars. However, it was also enough now. Since 9 of his enemies had just completed their breakthrough, such as Yukuan Luin, Bai He Shun, and other old figures on the prodigy roll, how many stars of battle prowess could they possibly have at that moment? Besides, Ao Feng and other even older figures of the prodigy roll had also broken through not long ago, about 1 or 2 years ago, and at most 10 years, but what layer of the Flower Blossom tier could they have reached in 10 years? The fight against the Golden Blood demonic ape back then, there were also over 20 Flower Blossom tier warriors, even ones at the 9th layer, but weren't they still knocked about in all directions? Chapter 503. If you admit defeat, then pay up. Rêverie. By Ling Han's side was Wan Yijian and the Rock Spirit. Wan Yijian was very strong, and when he was still at the spiritual pedestal tier, he easily defeated Yang Jun Han. Now that he crossed into the Flower Blossom tier, he also displayed an invincible bearing. He could at least fight 10 by himself. The Rock Spirit was even scarier, more kick-ass than King tier beasts in the same tier, because it was a spirit of the 5 elements, a higher-level life form. The 3 people joining hands actually suppressed over 20 Flower Blossom tier opponents. Great! Once the fight started, Wan Yijian forgot about everything, and swung his sword as if he was crazy, the sword's momentum terrifying. He opened up his left hand and formed a strange seal. Since you guys want the mystic arts of the 12 palaces so desperately, then I'll let you guys experience it firsthand. He fired out his left hand. Instantly, a massive dark scorpion appeared, snipping at people with its large pincers. At the same time, it raised its stinger, firing continuously. This scorpion emitted a terrifying presence. Even Ling Han somewhat palpitated with fear. Scorpio Palace's mystical power. The 3 originally had the advantage, and in addition to Wan Yijian's sudden demonstration of power, they instantly suppressed everyone, making them scurry away while covering their heads. Yang Jun Hao and the others stared agape. They were also this generation's prodigies? Look at Wan Yijian, who was only 18, but his battle prowess crushed a whole bunch of old prodigies. With this comparison, did they still have the face to call themselves prodigies? Ling Han probably forcibly increased his power with a medicinal pill. He definitely isn't at the Flower Blossom tier. Yes, just like that Flower Blossom tier guy said earlier, Ling Han's actual power is only at the 2nd or the 3rd layer of the Flower Blossom tier. But it's truly freakish. It seems his current battle prowess is at least 10 stars, right? Not only him, Wan Yijian is no less frightening than Ling Han. The onlookers discussed animatedly, thinking that if spiritual infant tier warriors didn't come, there truly weren't many Flower Blossom tier ones that could suppress Ling Han and Wan Yijian. These were exceptional geniuses, strong to the point that surpassed the extent of understanding of normal people. Ao Feng and the other Flower Blossom tier warriors began to collapse. They actually all carried the treasures granted by spiritual infant tier seniors. Some were spirit talismans and some were law decrees, but they used up most of them venturing inside the mystery realm earlier, and only a few people had any remaining. Compelled by circumstances, they unleashed these treasures one after another. They didn't want to carry the charge of murdering a heaven-grade alchemist, but also didn't want to be crowned with the foul reputation of being defeated by 2 juniors. They had to take the 2 down. Hong, a law decree rose up, immediately burning into ash in the sky, and then a lofty squared mountain appeared out of the blaze. It was all black and emitted a ceaseless power of the earth.
Wen Yijian's body instantly stopped, almost falling down to the ground. The power of the spiritual infant tier was too strong. Even if it was only an attack sealed inside a law decree, it was still extremely terrifying. A mere spiritual infant tier law decree. Wen Yijian searched with his hand and took out a conch. Since you guys want to play, I'll play with you guys. He blew the conch. Woo! The ancient sounds of bugle call echoed, calling upon heaven and earth. Blue characters flew out of the horn, forming an unusual spirit. Its upper body was man, and its lower body was a fishtail. It held a trident in hand and leashed out fiercely at the black mountain in the sky. Pang! The black mountain instantly exploded. Rubble shot out, frightening people out of their senses. Those were spiritual infant tier attacks. Even a fragment could instantly kill spiritual pedestal tier cultivators. Fortunately, under the merman's thrust, the black mountain lost its might, and the shards that flew out actually had no destructive power, making everyone alarmed in vain. That thing's so awesome. Ling Han's gaze shone with curiosity as he said, Junior brother one, lend me it for a few days to play with? Wen Yijian rolled his eyes and hurriedly put away the conch. In your dreams. Ling Han laughed and said, Junior brother one, keep it up, kill them all. Wen Yijian didn't utter a word. Only he knew that this conch was something he'd acquired by chance. It could only be used once a month, and if it was used again within 30 days, his life force would be the price for its activation. Activating it once was 10 years, twice was 100 years. Although he advanced into the flower blossom tier, he couldn't blow it that many times. However, the other people didn't know it, and seeing their law decrees easily neutralized, what other ways were there to suppress these two youngsters? We're not fighting anymore, they said one after another. If they kept fighting, they would only embarrass themselves. They had to leave quickly and request spiritual infant tier elites to suppress these two juniors. You could fend off law decrees, but you'd have no way against the real deal, right? Not fighting? Ling Han glanced at everyone. You guys are the ones who picked the fight, and now you guys say to stop the fight. Are you guys trying to make fun of me and Junior Brother Wen? T, why did he include me again? Wen Yijian scorned inwardly, but he was also an extremely proud person. Being attacked from all sides by these people, he was obviously annoyed as well, so he let Ling Han mess around. What does Master Ling want? Ao Feng opened up. Ling Han smiled coldly and said, You guys attacked me, a heaven-grade alchemist, for no reason, frightening me. This needs compensation. And my friends inside the mystery realm, you guys intimidated them and want to slip away just like that? Lu Yutong and the others were touched, so Ling Han knew. Ao Feng and the other flower blossom tier elites were extremely gloomy. They'd certainly wanted to take down Lu Yutong and the others to threaten Ling Han, but they were stopped by the formation spirit before doing so. Now they had to pay compensation. Don't compensate, then we'll keep fighting, Ling Han said, quickly adapting. Sure, I can't keep you all here, but 1 or 2 is doable. I'll see who's an eyesore and says no to me first, and when the time comes, I'll make him stay, cutting off his head to use as a bowl for wine. This threat was very uncivilized yet also extremely real, making Ao Feng and the others speechless. How do we compensate? Ao Feng said, clenching his teeth. Wanting you cocky people to offer an apology is probably impossible, and also has no meaning. Who doesn't know that one might say sorry from one's mouth, but inwardly says? Ling Han thought momentarily, and said, Pay origin crystals, 1,000 per person. 1,000? Everyone sighed in relief. 1,000 origin crystals was truly a mere trifle for flower blossom tier warriors. 1,000 3-star origin crystals per person. Ling Han added. Pooh! Ao Feng and the others spurted out. Why didn't you go rob that? 3-star origin crystals needed at least flower blossom tier warriors to refine. Normally speaking, 1 month was necessary to refine a single piece, and you actually demanded 1,000 right away. Think real carefully. Whoever rejects first, I'll make him stay. Ling Han laughed mischievously. These flower blossom tier cultivators instantly lost their temper, and felt even more in a rush to return to request help from spiritual infant tier seniors, not wanting to tangle with Ling Han. So they threw out their spatial rings one by one. Some people didn't have 1,000 3-star origin crystals, so they used rare materials and spirit grass instead. Chapter 504. Love Tender Like Water. Rêverie. Seeing Ling Han rake in wealth crazily, Wen Yijian couldn't help but utter, "I don't get a share?" Junior brother Wen, you come from a large sect in the East region. How could you possibly want such small things? Ling Han's hands moved non-stop, and soon over 20 spatial rings were shoved into his pocket. Damn, 3-star origin crystals. Who said he wasn't interested? However, being branded by Ling Han as such, he couldn't grab a hold of this matter anymore, and said seriously, "Since you also received those coordinates, we're destined to be rivals in the future." "Maybe not. Maybe we can take the treasure together," Ling Han said smilingly. "You think that's possible?" Wen Yijian sneered, a god's treasure trove, who didn't want it all for themselves. "Why not?" Seeing Ling Han full of smiles, Wen Yijian instantly felt puzzled, shaking his head as he said, "You're truly a strange person. You're also very strong. Hope that you'll qualify to challenge me in the future," Ling Han said. Wen Yijian rolled his eyes again and said, "I'm genuinely in the flower blossom tier, and you advanced relying on medical pills. If anyone is to propose a challenge, you're the one to challenge me. Whatever, I won't talk nonsense with you, or else it's very likely I'll die from being angered by you." He turned to leave, waving his hand as he said, "Next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you with all I've got." How come he reacted the same as Yao Huiyu? "Junior brother Wen, wait," Ling Han suddenly shouted. Wen Yijian halted, then turned around with a doubtful expression. "You really can't lend that conch to play with for a few days?" Ling Han said smilingly. Wen Yijian almost spurted out blood, clenching his teeth as a "get lost" leapt out from his mouth. He immediately flew up and left in a hurry. It was unknown whether he'd return to the East region or find an uninhabited place to hide. After all, the news that he acquired Scorpio Palace's legacy would soon spread throughout the East region, and maybe his master would also be very interested in this legacy. Ling Han laughed, snapped his fingers at Lu Yutong and the others, and said, "Let's go too." "Master Han, where to?" Lu Yutong couldn't help but ask. "Of course, back to Extreme Yang City. However, your acquirement of the 12 Palaces legacy will soon spread throughout the world, and by then, everyone will come find you," everyone said at once. According to the legend, after acquiring the 12 Palaces legacy, one would have the chance to cross into Shattering Void Tier. This temptation alone was irresistible. Moreover, Ling Han and Wen Yijian also knew the whereabouts of the god's treasure trove, which was even more unbelievable. Even the mighty Shattering Void Tier elites in the middle state would be moved. Ling Han nodded and said, "It certainly is somewhat troublesome. I'm afraid that even my title of Heaven-grade alchemist won't help. However, I'll still make a trip to Extreme Yang City." His mother was received there, so could he just make himself scarce like that? Lu Yutong and the others were worried, but thinking about how Ling Han had the Black Tower, self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. Only Yu Kai Yu, who was kept in the dark, became rather anxious for Ling Han. However, the mystery realm closed, and Yu Kai Yu had to return to the Winter Moon Sect. He bid farewell with Ling Han, saying that he would do his best to persuade the elders within the sect to provide protection for Ling Han. Qi Hualan, Lin Xiangqin, Shang Zhongchen, and the others walked over one after another to say a few words with Ling Han as goodbye. The prodigy battle was already over, and the mystery realm contention come to an end. It was unknown how many years later the next time these youngsters would meet. Ling Han hastened his pace and led people out of the mountain valley as Black Tower's power boost would soon end. Coming out of the mountain valley, he stored everyone inside the Black Tower, and went inside as well. Only after applying a disguise did he come out and went to a small town, hired a carriage, and returned leisurely to Extreme Yang City. After settling in the carriage, Ling Han had the coachman not bother him, and also not call him for the 3 meals of a day, and then went into the Black Tower. During this trip, everyone profited quite a bit. Zhu Wujiu and Guang Yuan kept tempering themselves at the city gate of the first stage, pushing themselves to the limits and then taking in worldly treasures to cultivate. With a spiritual chi-rich environment within the mystery realm, their improvements were like a shot. Zhu Wujiu was already at the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and could charge at the spiritual pedestal tier any time, whereas Guang Yuan was at the 6th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Such progression speed was something they would have never imagined back in Rain Country. Can Yi and Lu Yutong sharpened their willpower on the floating stone stage.
Although their cultivation improvement wasn't as evident as Zhu Wujiu's and Guang Yuan's, the benefits of tenacious willpower would be reflected slowly in the future, especially when charging at the threshold of the flower blossom tier. After the carriage traveled for 2 days, Lu Yutong, Zhu Wujiu, and Kenyi announced their breakthroughs simultaneously. They crossed into the spiritual pedestal tier, and this was only 2 to 3 months after they'd broken through to the spiritual ocean tier. Reflecting back on it, even they themselves couldn't believe it. Zhu Xian'er's divine senses injury was much better. This was mainly because she personally had great martial arts talent, and in resisting the martial intent of a flower blossom tier elite, her divine sense received great tempering. After her injury healed, she would definitely welcome a stage of explosive growth, and her cultivation would skyrocket rapidly. Ling Han called her to the side and threw her a pill bottle. Master Han, Xian'er's injuries are almost all healed. I don't need to take any more medicine, this exceptional beauty said, exuding tenderness and love. Since Ling Han uncovered her veil, she no longer wore it, and her stunning appearance even entranced Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan. Ling Han laughed and said, "This isn't for you to eat, but for your master." Zhu Xian'er was first startled, followed by her showing an excited expression as she said quaveringly, Could this? Hidden Tiger Heavenly Luck Pill. Ling Han nodded. I received it passing through the second stage, and thankfully, you blocked a sword attack. Otherwise if I died, I wouldn't have received this reward, so it's a gift. He hadn't finished his words, and Zhu Xian'er already leaped over, hugging him tightly. Great, was this foolish girl addicted to hugging him? However, not to mention her exceptional beauty and perfect physique, being hugged by her, their bodies stuck to each other without reservation. A faint body fragrance spread, which made Ling Han's heart involuntarily flutter somewhat as he was lost in fanciful thoughts. Thank you. Zhu Xian'er said emotionally. Finding a spiritual medicine for her respected teacher was her greatest wish. Ling Han was awkward for a short while before patting her on the shoulder and saying, A piece of cake. When your injuries are healed, hurry back to the Half-Moon Sect. Yes. Zhu Xian'er said softly and nodded, extremely gentle. All right, you can let go of me now, or I can't promise what might happen next, Ling Han joked. Whatever Master Han wants to do to Xian'er would be willing. Who knew such a reply, soft like a mosquito's buzz, would sneak out from his embrace, but with Ling Han's hearing ability, how was it possible for him not to have heard clearly? Were there words more seductive than those in this world? Ling Han's blood all over his body boiled, having the urge to press down the exceptional beauty within his embrace. Who didn't like beauties, especially such a remarkable beauty? He didn't force her, and didn't lure her with promises, so he didn't need to hold back and pretend to be a gentleman since she was willing, right? However, without any reason, a silhouette suddenly flashed by Ling Han's mind, making his wonderful thoughts instantly vanish completely. It was actually Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Chapter 505. The matter wasn't settled. Rêverie. Ling Han rejected Zhu Xian'er and said, Your injury hasn't healed, go back to rest first. Zhu Xian'er had just said something that made her embarrassed to the point that her entire body was burning hot and was now stupefied. If Ling Han took advantage and pushed her down, then they would experience the most intimate contact. She would then not have to be reserved in front of Ling Han, but now she couldn't even open her eyes, scramming hurriedly. Sigh, such an exceptional beauty threw herself into my arms. I actually didn't take it. Ling Han lay on the grass, looking at the sky without stars and moon. Does my brain have a problem, to think of that savage woman at such a time? Then, Ling Han sat up abruptly, face twitching. Hiss, could I have actually fallen for that meddling woman? Otherwise, under those circumstances, which man would reject it? I don't have a freaking wife, so it doesn't matter which woman I'm with, right? No matter whether it was Lu Yutong or Li Si-chan, why was it that I've never thought of touching them? It's over, it's already been a millennium, and I suddenly realized that I fell for that savage lady. How come? Other than looking prettier than most, being stronger than most, having martial talent greater than most, and having a physique better than most, she didn't seem to have any more merits. The key is savage, subduing my 4 disciples, and coming to my place to sweep out the medicinal pills from time to time. She never treated herself as an outsider. I've truly never seen such a rogue woman. What?
Ling Han's expression was strange. Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden behaved like she was the mistress. Could it be? Could it be?
I'm such an idiot, he yelled out towards the sky.
Small Tower appeared and said to him indifferently,
You certainly are an idiot. I only spoke thoughtlessly.
Someone incomparably smart like me is million miles away from stupid.
Ling Han immediately returned to his carefree attitude, as he didn't want others to know what weighed on his mind.
You can't hide from me.
In the past millennium, I preserved your soul, and your memories in those years were all clearly seen by me.
Small Tower still insipid. Hey, is it really good for you to spy on people's privacy? Ling Han wanted to punch someone.
You think I wanted to look?
Small Tower said coldly, paused, then went on. It's clear, Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was interested in you, but you bonehead didn't realize it all. Since Small Tower knew, Ling Han pretended no longer sighing and said, That savage woman was so domineering. If she liked me, just say so. Not gentle at all.
However, he immediately shook his head. Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, one of the 7 heaven-tier elites in his previous life, the beautiful battle goddess who was second to Sword Emperor, the super genius, how could she possibly effectively ingratiate herself with a man like a normal woman would?
If it truly were like that, then would that still be Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden?
Your gentleness, I really don't understand. Ling Han muttered. Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden ran over to his place from time to time and grabbed things left and right, not acting like an outsider at all. This was actually an obvious hint.
Unfortunately, he was too proud back then, and all he wanted to do was cross into the shattering void tier to suppress that savage woman.
If he took a step back, maybe Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden would also relinquish her haughty airs, and the two would already have been together.
Now, they were separated by a millennium. Even Jiang Yufeng, that attention-seeker, became a god. With Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's talents, she definitely also broke the void and became a god. And once one's a god, while perhaps one's lifespan wouldn't be infinite, living for several tens of thousands of years shouldn't be a problem.
Ling Han immediately clenched his fist.
Wait till I break the void and become a god. I'll definitely come find you.
You savage woman, if you dare marry another man, then I'll really be done with you.
The carriage rocked, and spent 7 days to return to Extreme Yang City. Ling Han immediately had Li Si-chan, Lu Yutong, and the others leave for Not Forget and Alchemist King Pavilion to take back the origin crystals earned in these few days. This was the truly useful thing. Silver didn't matter. He personally went to the North Pill Pavilion to find Gongyang Tai Sunday. He had to pick up his mother and return to Rain Country to reunite with his father. Alchemists devoted heart and soul to refining pills, even giving up the quotas for 12 Heaven Mystery Realm.
Although part of the reason was because they were no match for martial artists, this group was certainly indifferent to martial arts, so there were also few elites among them.
For example, amongst the alchemists of North Pill Pavilion, only one reached the spiritual infant tier, and it was precisely Gongyan Tai Sunday. Ling Han believed that Gongyang Tai Sun would definitely revere his title of heaven-grade alchemist, and not want to obtain the 12 Palaces legacy from him. Of course, he didn't completely trust someone he didn't know quite well. Anyway, with the Black Tower, he could escape safely under the worst circumstances. After arriving at the North Pill Pavilion, he showed everyone his original looks.
Respects for Master Ling.
On his path, all alchemists paid their respects. Ling Han slightly nodded in response, and soon came to Gongyang Tai Sun's private house. And when the Gongyang Tai Sun received news, he also came greeting immediately. Master Han, this old one is useless, and couldn't settle the matter. Gongyang Tai Sun told Ling Han who was to blame. An ominous feeling surged within Ling Han as he said with a frown, What happened?
The Winter Moon Sect won't let her go.
Gongyang Tai Sun said furiously.
With a heaven-grade alchemist's order on paper and in addition to him, a medium-level earth-grade alchemist, making a trip, he actually couldn't get anyone even. He was extremely annoyed.
Ling Han stroked his chin. Could Winter Moon Sect think of threatening him with his mother? It was impossible for the Winter Moon Sect to know Ling Han's relationship with Yu Hongchang, but anyone would find it strange a heaven-grade alchemist demanded a sinner of Winter Moon Sect. More importantly, North Region wasn't the middle state. Here, a heaven-grade alchemist was actually no different from a medium-level earth-grade alchemist. If spiritual infant tier warriors truly didn't give face, What could you do? Summon a deity transformation tier to suppress them. Just like in the middle state, Yao Huiyu and the disciples of such super sects actually didn't respect alchemists a single bit.
I know.
Ling Han nodded. Apparently, he'd have to personally go over to the Winter Moon Sect. Master Han, this old one will accompany on your trip, Gongyang Tai-sun said worriedly. Obviously, he'd already heard that Ling Han acquired the 12 Palaces legacy, and feared that the Winter Moon Sect might resort to violence. No need, I have my own strategy, Ling Han said smilingly.
He left the North Pill Pavilion and returned to his dwellings.
Lu Yutong and the others returned one after another, bringing bad news. Both places had been destroyed. No one knew who'd done it, but after the shop closed at night, once the door opened the second day, there would be corpses inside. With the stench of corpses filling the air, who would still want to eat or buy medicine? The Thousand Corpse Sect. A dignified large sect actually used such lowly tactics, truly lacking in class. Is this trying to make me uncomfortable? Ling Han muttered. Fortunately, these two properties only brought in a stable income for Ling Han. What truly allowed him to get rich quick was auctioning medicinal pills, so this couldn't harm him seriously. Forget about this.
I've now acquired the 12 Palaces legacy, and my background will soon be dug out bit by bit, so I must save Mother as soon as possible and then bring Father out of Rain Country.
Can't let others have a hold on me.
To the Winter Moon Sect.
Chapter 506. Eat the Main Gate. Rêverie. Ling Han simply closed Forget-Not and Alchemist King Pavilion. During this time, Yin Hong came over once, and Ling Han promised to come over at the year's end to fulfill his previous promise, representing North Region's Spirit Treasure Pavilion to attend that contest. Afterwards, he departed and headed for the Winter Moon Sect. Zhu Xian didn't return to the Half Moon Sect. Her injuries weren't healed, and with her fame of an exceptional beauty, if someone knew she was still injured, it was hard to guarantee that someone wouldn't take advantage of it and snatch her to keep her locked as a mistress. Consequently, she recuperated inside the Black Tower and followed Ling Han to the Winter Moon Sect. Ling Han still hired a carriage while he cultivated diligently every day. This trip to the Winter Moon Sect took a month. When he arrived, he also reached the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Inside the Black Tower, everyone cultivated diligently, especially Hunyeo, who began cultivating for the first time, making Ling Han cry out like he'd seen a ghost. After 1 month, the carriage finally rocked its way to the Winter Moon Sect. Ling Han advanced to the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier as a matter of course, and he also advanced into the level of the spiritual ocean tier in cultivating the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art. However, the increase of brute force was consistent and unlike origin power, whose power would increase explosively upon a breakthrough to the next layer. Brute force had no hurdles. It was simply the accumulation of diligent cultivation, and most importantly, one's nutrition had to keep up. Only when becoming God in flesh would barriers emerge. Ling Han examined it shortly. The 9 Dragons Tyrant body art was to open the 9 godly barriers inside the body, and with each barrier unlocked, one would possess the power of a true dragon. When all 9 barriers opened, one could become a god in flesh. Otherwise, even if one had the power of several true dragons, one would still be confined to the realm of mortals. At best, one would just be an extremely strong mortal. Like spiritual pedestal tier warriors, no matter how powerful you were, that wasn't the flower blossom tier. Unfortunately, Ling Han reached a bottleneck in studying the 2 bone patterns, unable to comprehend it all along. Probably, his tier wasn't enough, and he had to cross into the flower blossom tier to comprehend it. Instead, he made remarkable progress in the way of the sword because the bottleneck of the 10th flash of sword chi opened. It was as if he returned to when he only had 1 flash of sword chi. In the short time of a month, he cultivated another 3 flashes of sword chi. 13 flashes of sword chi, this already surpassed Yao Huiyu. However, Yao Huiyu had probably just broken through to the 10th flash of sword chi at the time, and very soon grasped the 11th flash of sword chi. He now was probably no lower than 13 flashes of sword chi. Ling Han believed in the Yao Huiyu's strength. Besides, Wan Yijian never attacked with full strength all along, and that guy's limit probably also surpassed the limit of 10 flashes. He waved his hand, signaling the carriage to retreat as he walked alone towards Winter Moon Sect's main gate. This familiar gate and path,
He just arrived at the place, but was already obstructed. A large sect naturally wouldn't let people go in as they pleased. Ling Han actually had Han Lin's identity token, but he didn't take it out. He originally thought to use this identity to secretly investigate the whereabouts of his mother, but since he already returned to the identity of a heaven-grade alchemist, he didn't have go through such trouble, directly demanding for his mother. "I am Ling Han, let your sect master get the hell out to see me," Ling Han said indifferently. "Sect master, get the hell out to see me?" This put together instantly stupefied the few disciples near the main gate. Was this youngster an idiot to run to the Winter Moon sect to say such a thing? Was he tired of living? Ling Han had no intention of tangling here and directly unleashed the presence of the spiritual pedestal tier, instantly suppressing these few people, making them dreadfully pale. They hurriedly ran staggeringly, hurriedly requesting experts to come out. Someone was here to break through the main gate. Soon, some experts appeared. There were spiritual ocean tier warriors, spiritual pedestal tier ones, and of course more were normal disciples at the gushing spring tier. Everyone was very curious because the Winter Moon sect was one of 4 strongest forces in the North region. Someone actually dared to come look for trouble. What, Ling Han? Someone recognized him. A friend from the 9 nations of the desolate North. Bai Yuquan, Zhong Higuang, Chu Xueyun, and the others were all geniuses of the 9 nations of the desolate North. Their improvements were evident, all crossing into the spiritual ocean tier. Back at the desolate North, they would be the mainstays of large families. They were even more surprised as they heard Ling Han had become a heaven-grade alchemist. This was like dream to them, unimaginable. It was definitely just 2 people with the same first and last name. Now this legendary figure of the desolate North appeared before them. An 18-year-old youngster who was still somewhat immature. "So it's Master Ling." A spiritual pedestal tier officer walked out, cupped his hand in obeisance towards Ling Han, and said, "We're honored to have you here. Might I ask what business you have?" Ling Han glanced at him and said coldly, "Who the hell are you to have the right to speak to me?" A small figure should stand by the side and let the grown-ups come. That spiritual pedestal tier warrior couldn't help but choke, revealing an annoyed look. A mere 18-year-old youngster. He only said those courteous words out of respect for him being a heaven-grade alchemist, but he never would have thought he'd be answered with such cold words. As he saw it, the Winter Moon sect was one of North region's strongest sects, and though alchemists were beyond the public, now that he ran roughshod over the sect before its gate, who needed to be courteous with him? Status beyond the public's was because the position he took was also beyond the public, but if he participated in the disputes of ordinary affairs, then how would he be beyond the public? "The Winter Moon sect doesn't welcome you, please leave," that spiritual pedestal tier guy said, displeased. "Already said that you have no right, so why do you like to babble?" Ling Han said with displeasure as well. "Outrageous!" That spiritual pedestal tier cultivator was furious, launching an attack towards Ling Han. He planned to teach this youngster a lesson and let him know that this was Winter Moon sect and not the Alchemist Society. A mere spiritual pedestal tier warrior dares to attack a heaven-grade alchemist? Ling Han said coldly as his figure already flashed before that spiritual pedestal tier elite. How could he be so quick? The other party was stunned, but before being able to react in time, Ling Han's hand already waved past his face, and then he knew nothing. Death. Hiss, gasps of astonishment sounded in the surrounding. That was a spiritual pedestal tier officer, but he was killed with a single strike too inconceivable. Could it be that Ling Han was at the flower blossom tier? The people from the desolate North were even more surprised. How could Ling Han be so strong? Everyone walked out from the desolate North, but without seeing each other for a year, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. That spiritual pedestal tier's corpse fell to the ground and slightly kicked up the dust, appearing so inconspicuous. Ling Han retracted his fist and said indifferently, "Ones who can speak and decide still won't come out? Master Ling, coming to Winter Moon sect to kill, that's not so wise, is it?" With a sneer, several people flew out from the mountains, standing loftily in the air. "I only have one thing to say. Hand over Yu Hong Chong," Ling Han said balefully. Killing one of Winter Moon sect's disciples and still wanting to seize someone? Ao Feng also showed up. "Hand over the 12 Palaces legacy as compensation." "You truly know how to tell jokes." Ling Han waved his right hand and summoned the rock spirit. Eat this entire mountain up.
The rock spirit wiped off cold sweat. It liked to eat rocks, but those were unusual rocks that possessed super energy that could increase its strength. It couldn't swallow just any type of rock. But Master spoke up, so how could it not obey?
The large fellow immediately dug in. The first to suffer was the main gate. It was mashed with a palm, and then the shattered pillars were picked up and gnawed on.
Everyone was shocked and angered. The main gate represented a Sect's face. Chapter 507. Dealing a Trump Card. Rêverie.
Ling Han.
Many flower blossom tier warriors roared angrily. This youngster was too young, making it hard for them to have the respect for him as a heaven-grade alchemist. Ling Han cracked a smile, and simply pretended not to have heard them. The golem was extremely gloomy. The rock pillars were truly unpalatable. It turned its head frequently towards Ling Han, hoping to receive Master's kind permission to no longer munch on these rocks. All right, you want to see Yu Hongchang, then I'll let you see her. Ao Feng spoke up. He was a spiritual infant tier warrior's descendant, so his words were naturally more effective than normal flower blossom tier cultivators. Waving his hand, someone immediately left. Ling Han frowned. Ao Feng's anger wasn't that intense, and even had the trace of a lofty smirk deep within his eyes. Could it be that he'd already guessed his relationship with Yu Hongchang? This wasn't impossible. After all, a heaven-grade alchemist demanded a person that they'd never seen without any reason. Was this not worthy to think about deeply? Thinking about the two people's ages and how Winter Moon Sect Jut recruited a new bunch of disciples from Rain Country, could he not have scouted out some information on Ling Han? Now he pretended to be affected just to probe him. Ling Han sneered. He ran over naturally, not due to a temporary impulse. He also had a trump card. Shortly, two spiritual pedestal tier cultivators walked over with a woman in detention. That woman was only 40 years old, with a dejected look on her face, yet it didn't hide her beauty. Examining closely, she looked somewhat similar to Ling Han. This was definitely Yu Hongchang. Ling Han didn't even need to ask, feeling a connection in bloodline, which made him certain that this was his birth mother.
Master Ling, now that the person's been brought here, what do you have to say?
Ao Feng said indifferently, seeming to have everything in his grasp. Ling Han stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Let her go." Junior sister Hong Yu Chang. Doesn't this youngster look familiar? Ao Feng spoke instead to Yu Hongchang. Ever since Yu Hongchang saw Ling Han, her gaze was fixed on him, with disbelief and agitation between her expressions. Her body even began to tremble. She didn't pay attention to Ao Feng, simply looking at Ling Han absorbedly, as if she'd never see enough. Master Ling, it's said that you come from Rain Country in the 9 nations of the desolate north, in a small town ruled by large origin city. Your father's name is Ling what again? Ao Feng got the cold shoulder, but didn't seem to mind, asking Ling Han again. Hearing this, Yu Hongchang's expression was even more emotional, but she immediately returned to being indifferent and said, "I don't recognize this youngster, bring me back." Junior sister Hongchang, so cold after seeing your son separated for 18 years? Ao Feng smiled grimly as he finally threw out the heavy bomb. Hong, hearing those words, the people of the Winter Moon Sect were stirred up. So it turned out that Ling Han's mother was actually a disciple of the Winter Moon Sect. Moreover, her identity was not simple. No wonder Ling Han would demand someone for no reason. There was a reason to after all. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. Yu Hongchang looked calm and collected. Ling Han, however, revealed a smile and said, "Mother, no need to hide. Today I'm here to bring you back to reunite with father." Instantly, the entire mountain was in an uproar. Guessing was one thing but confirming was another. A dignified heaven-grade alchemist actually had such a deep relationship with the Winter Moon Sect. However, the relationship between the two parties didn't look peaceful in any way. As Ling Han called his mother, Yu Hongchang instantly burst into tears. She resisted acknowledging her son wasn't it because she didn't want to let the Winter Moon Sect use her to coerce her son by holding her hostage? However, she never would have thought that her son would acknowledge her in public. Without seeing her son for 18 years, her emotions completely lost control once she heard Ling Han call her mother. She cried bitterly, and if she weren't restrained, she truly wanted to take Ling Han into her embrace and look at him as much as she wanted. 18 years, an entire 18 years. Ha 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 ha. Ao Feng laughed loudly yet extremely balefully. He never would have thought that the little pest he'd spared out of sudden soft-heartedness back then actually became a heaven-grade alchemist, a figure that was on par with sect masters. Now it was very difficult to kill Ling Han, especially with Ling Han having the 12 Palaces legacy, which was even related to a god's treasure trove. If the Winter Moon Sect directly killed him and snatched the treasure, the entire North region's forces would attack the Winter Moon Sect together in the name of taking revenge for a heaven-grade alchemist. However, there wouldn't be a problem if Ling Han stayed at the Winter Moon Sect. As long as Ling Han admitted that he was willing to stay here, who could meddle in their business? To make Ling Han stay willingly was easy as long as there was Yu Hongchang. Coerce him with Yu Hongchang's life, and he wouldn't be afraid that Ling Han would be disobedient. However, no matter what, Ao Feng couldn't seem to be happy. This little pest was a stain in his life. The woman who was supposed to be his wife gave birth to another man's son, and seeing Ling Han made him feel like he'd been cheated on. Unfortunately, killing Ling Han or not wasn't something he could decide. This was a decision of Winter Moon Sect's higher-ups, reflecting the will of the 9 old monsters at the spiritual infant tier. Master Ling, since you've acknowledged your blood, stay in the sect in the future. Moreover, I'll invite your father over, and let your family reunite, Ao Feng said balefully. Would he really be so kind to let the son of a personal enemy stand there and bring over the man who made him a cuckold to wander before his eyes all day? One was enough as a hostage, and the other would be killed pour encourager les autres one. Master Ling, since we're so sincere, shouldn't you also show sincerity to some extent? Ao Feng said smilingly. It's said that you obtained many treasures inside the 12 Heaven Mystery Realm. Take it all out and let us see. Ling Han also smiled, but was also very cold. Do your ears have problems? I said, today I'm here to take someone away. If Master Ling wants to leave, then please. Another flower blossom tier elite Sade was called Li Pei Yuan, and the Li family also had a mighty spiritual infant tier. However, junior sister Hong Chong is a person of the Winter Moon Sect, so she'll naturally stay in the sect. Ling Han looked at the dozen flower blossom tier elites before him and said, what if I forcibly take someone away? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed loudly. Ao Feng went on, Master Ling, your accomplishments in alchemy are certainly unmatched, but you're still just a spiritual pedestal tier warrior. Moreover, though you have medicinal pills to get stronger by one large tier, this sect has not just flower blossom tier elites. In reality, Ling Han had already used the Black Tower's power boost at the spiritual pedestal tier, and now couldn't possibly possess battle prowess of the flower blossom tier. But of course, he wouldn't say so. Killing's what uncivilized men do, Ling Han said disdainfully, and then waved his right hand as a corpse instantly appeared at the main gate. Hong, a terrifying presence swept. Chapter 508. One man against one sect. Rêverie. Everyone dropped weakly onto the ground. The coercive power of the god's remains was too strong, and furthermore, this wasn't the divine temple which could suppress godly presence. It instantly swept towards the mountaintop and frightened the spiritual infant tier elites as they shot up into the sky one after another, not daring to get close. Whoever went up would be out of luck. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, see? Like I said, I don't like to kill, that's the most inferior way of doing things. If Lu Yutong heard those words, she would definitely snicker because Ling Han very often liked to kill. Even though he could clearly use his title to resolve things, she had to use his fists. Now no one could retort. Under the god's coercive might, no one could open their mouths. Ling Han walked to Yu Hongchang's side, helped her up and said, Mother, you've suffered a lot these years. Yu Hongchang couldn't speak, simply blinking her eyes as tears fell down. Ling Han helped her mother to the side to sit down, and spoke of a few things about his father, looking like he was going to engage in small talk here. This made the people of the Winter Moon Sect speechless. They were still lying on all fours. However, other than sweating cold sweat, they couldn't do anything else. Mother, I'll first send you away. Ling Han walked Yu Hongchang to the back of a large rock and made Yu Hongchang not resist his consciousness, storing her into the Black Tower. The Winter Moon Sect would definitely not let the matter drop like this.
There were still 9 spiritual infant tier elites, and though they didn't dare to approach now, once Ling Han put away the god's remains, they would definitely attack immediately. Ling Han could hide into the Black Tower at any time, but with one more person, accidents would inevitably occur, and Yu Hongchong definitely couldn't get into an accident. He walked back, arriving before Ao Feng. Ao Feng could only look up at the son of his enemy, and the psychological damage inside his heart was probably astonishingly large. There were definitely 10,000 grass mud horses galloping by. Pa! Ling Han stepped on his face and crushed it forcefully, making Ao Feng groan in pain. He had no rock cliff body, nor iron sheet body, and without a origin power barrier, his body's defense was only slightly stronger than a normal person's. I should take your life, but as a son, I shouldn't deprive my father of his job. So, your life will be left for my father to personally take. Ling Han kicked Ao Feng ferociously, crippling Ao Feng's spirit base. That was how Ao Feng treated his father back then, and now Ling Han paid it back in full. From now on, Ao Feng's cultivation would stagnate at the 3rd layer of the flower blossom tier, while Ling Dongxing's tier would soon catch up. To repair a spirit base? No way. What grade of spirit pill was required to restore a spirit base crippled by Ling Han? At least heaven grade. Where would Ao family find that? He should just quietly wait for death. Ao Feng couldn't even yell out, simply groaning in pain. He was the genius of the Winter Moon Sect, breaking through to the flower blossom tier before being 50 years in age, with a chance to cross into the spiritual infant tier in the future. But now his spirit base was destroyed, breaking off his path of advancement. He was shocked, angered, and frightened, instantly fainting. Scaring a flower blossom tier warrior till they fainted, Ling Han probably created a first in history. Ling Han smiled slightly, swept his gaze past Feng Yan, and walked over in large strides. Although I've never cared about you since I've come, I might as well take care of you. Seeing Feng Yan's lips tremble, trying hard to speak, Ling Han simply picked up Feng Yan and walked far from the god's skeletal remains. Ling Han, you bully others by taking advantage of your connections. What hero you are! Feng Yan scolded. Ling Han was astonished and said, Do my ears have a problem? You'd actually say something so substandard? When you were in Rain Country, didn't you take advantage of having a spiritual infant tier master to try to kill me in public? Taking a spiritual infant tier law decree to assume unwarranted authority and acting extremely unbridled. It's all based on my own strength anyhow. How is this taking advantage of connections? Feng Yan, you're truly fallen low. Those words made Feng Yan's face red all over. At that time, he certainly had been self-satisfied, not even caring about Rain Emperor. In the end, it was Rain Emperor, whom he ignored, that unleashed surprising strength that repelled the expert sent from the Winter Moon Sect. If he'd straightened his attitude at the time, perhaps Rain Emperor wouldn't have intervened. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in all things. Ling Han, you have the guts to give me 3 years' time? Wait till I advance into Flower Blossom tier to battle again. Feng Yan said so upright and unafraid. He possessed an ancient divine beast's bloodline and his cultivation progression speed was shockingly fast. Retard. Ling Han shook his head. Won't be long before your brother goes to middle state to play. Why wait 3 years for you? By that time, the grass on your burial mound would have grown tall. You actually want to kill me? This is the Winter Moon Sect. Feng Yan yelled furiously. You overestimate yourself. So what if I killed you? I promise nothing happens to me. Ling Han pat Ling Han's face and said, You have any last words? Seeing that we're both Rain Country's people, I'll do my best to complete it for you. You can't kill me. I'm the disciple of a spiritual infant tier elite. Feng Yan suddenly screamed at the top his lungs. Master, save me. Save me. Scream, yell till your throat breaks. No one will come save you, Ling Han said smilingly. Master Ling, would you give me some face and let this small disciple go? At this time, a voice sounded from off an indistinct white-browed old man could be seen standing in the air. He had a large stature and wore a white cotton clothing, very much like a celestial. Winter Moon Sect's spiritual infant tier elite, Xueqi Shun, who was also Feng Yan's master. Ling Han said indifferently, Why should I give you face? Who the hell are you? Hiss,
How could he dare to speak to a spiritual infant tier elite like that? Everyone was first startled, but thinking carefully, Ling Han truly had such right. If it weren't the North region with different martial arts levels, in the middle state, a spiritual infant tier could only be servile to heaven-grade alchemists, so how could a spiritual infant tier even have any face? However, this was North region after all, and spiritual infant tier elites were above all else, invincible. Was it truly wise to rebut a mighty spiritual infant tier like that? Xueqi Shun's face immediately twitched, and his sage-like presence immediately dispersed. He pointed threateningly at Ling Han and said, "Junior, you dare touch a single hair on this old man's disciple, and this old man will skin you alive. Should I pretend to be scared to cooperate with you?" Ling Han sneered. "Sadly, though you lived quite long, you're not deserving of my respect, so take a hike. If you want to save him, come, I'll kill you too, old dog." Xueqi Shun roared furiously at the sky, but with the god's skeletal remains suppression, he didn't dare to approach at all. Otherwise, he would definitely be like the other people, suppressed by that supreme presence and unable to move. Ling Han smiled at Feng Yan and said, "Look, even your master has no way, you'd better just accept your fate." Chapter 509. Get away. Rêverie. No, no. Feng Yan yelled. He didn't want to die, he couldn't die now. He possessed a divine beast's bloodline and had a chance to become a shattering void tier elite in the future. Moreover, he hadn't taken revenge for his brother's death and the hatred of losing his leg, yet he was actually going to die in the hands of his enemy. Not resigned, he was not resigned. "That's right, just this resentfulness," Ling Han said. "When you killed and hurt people brazenly, did you ever think of how the people you bullied felt? So, do as you would be done by. There will always be someone who can punish you. And you're very unfortunate to have met me. Be a good man in the next life. Whatever, just by your actions in this life you still want to be a man? Better off as a pig and eaten to pay for your sins." 1. Ling Han stomped hard and Feng Yan's entire head instantly sunk into the mud. His limbs twitched for a while, and soon drooped down. He was obviously thoroughly dead. "Ling Han! Ling Han! Ling Han!" Xueqi Shun roared angrily at the sky, bristling with anger. He was truly furious to the extreme. "Bring it on if you have the guts. This lord will battle 300 rounds with you," Ling Han challenged. Xueqi Shun couldn't possibly dare to accept the challenge. Running over, he would only be suppressed by the god's skeletal remains. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "If you guys don't come here, this lord will leave. Besides, you guys better think it through. If you want to chase after this lord, maybe you'll give away your life." He walked over and waved his hand, storing the god's skeletal remains in the Black Tower, but a ruthless mental shock immediately charged right at his consciousness, almost making him hack out blood. He could move freely under the godly presence, but touching the god's skeletal remains was another matter. Ling Han resisted with great difficulty, not letting anyone see an inkling of it. "If you want to chase this lord, bring it on." He looked again at Ao Feng, who had woken up. "Don't you die. Your life will be left for my father to reap. Or else, my father will be left with regret." Ao Feng simply wanted to raise his middle finger at Ling Han, but cold sweat was all over his body. He was completely out of strength, so he couldn't possibly raise his hand. Ling Han descended the mountain in large strides. In the sky, 9 divine senses constantly locked onto him. 8 were filled with killing intent, while 1 had a hint of friendliness. That was definitely Yu family's elder. In fact, the more valiant he was, the happier Yu family's elder would be. He was the descendant of the family, although not surnamed Yu. However, the other 8 spiritual infant tiers never attacked, probably having qualms about the god's skeletal remains. Perhaps they were waiting for Ling Han to be inattentive and careless to launch a sudden surprise attack, killing him. Besides, it would be an extremely problematic matter if a heaven-grade alchemist died at the Winter Moon Sect, so they obviously wanted to wait for him to be slightly further to attack. "Ling Han! Ling Han!" Yu quickly rushed over. After leaving the Mystery Realm, he went straight back to the Winter Moon Sect, so he obviously arrived several days earlier than Ling Han. "Brother Yu!" Ling Han laughed. "Master Han Pa, Yu rushed over and snatched Ling Han by the chest, picking him up.
You bastard, you obviously knew I'm your older cousin, yet you still made me call you Master Han, Master Han.
Let my aunt out to judge what's right and wrong.
Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Say, cousin, do you still remember that we made a bet and you still owe me something?
When did we make such a bet? Yu was at a loss. Ling Han casually tossed an identity token at Yu.
Han Lin. Yu received the identity token and finally realized that Han Lin was precisely Ling Han. When they entered Duan Zhangji's old hideout, Ling Han once made a bet with him whether Ling Han could extinguish that many corpse soldiers in a limited time, and obviously he lost.
So, this guy had already anticipated it. You're too crafty, Yu criticized.
He finally understood why Han Lin would gift him Restore Spirit Pill so generously, almost like a dolt. After all the answers were revealed, he was too embarrassed to criticize Ling Han. It couldn't be helped that he'd accepted those gifts and was now partial no?
Ling Han laughed loudly and said, I'll come see you in the future. As for now you head back first. I'm afraid the old bastards will suddenly attack and drag you in. Can you block it? Yu said seriously.
No problem, Ling Han said full of confidence. Yu nodded. He fought alongside Ling Han in the 12 Heaven Mystery Realm and was very confident in Ling Han. Since Ling Han said it was no problem, then there definitely wouldn't be a problem.
All right, remember to come visit me with my aunt and uncle, he reminded again.
Got it. Why re you so much like an old woman? Ling Han waved his hand to dismiss him. You're the old woman,
Yu retorted, turning to leave as he kept waving at Ling Han.
Ling Han also waved his hand, and then turned to leave, advancing in large strides. His mental spirit was raised to the limit, and once he felt the slightest rustle of leaves, he would immediately enter the Black Tower. He wasn't afraid of what anyone thought now since the news of the god's treasure trove got out anyway. Even shattering void tier elites could possibly attack him. There truly wasn't anything to be afraid of.
Considering, wasn't there someone who opened the Sagittarius Palace previously? Why did the key circulate into the Zhang family's hands? Obviously, that person was slaughtered.
After half a day, he was far from the Winter Moon Sect. Presumably the 8 people who followed behind should attack soon.
Ling Han smiled and jumped up abruptly into a large surging river.
Putong, water splashed everywhere, but he didn't float up, entering directly into the Black Tower.
Xiao. 9 figures descended from the sky.
Each person revealed an astounded look because they no longer felt Ling Han's presence. However, an old man revealed a hint of a joyful smile in his astonishment.
That was obviously Yu family's elder.
How could he possibly disappear?
Xueqi Shun yelled furiously.
This boy must have some special method that can shield his presence and tracks, Ao family's elder conjectured, his gaze extremely baleful. His descendant, Ao Feng, who was most likely to advance into spiritual infant tier, had his spirit base crippled.
Chase separately. The 9 people immediately moved separately.
Yu family's elder obviously had other plans. If he encountered Ling Han, not only would he not seize Ling Han, but also think of a way to bring him away. However, they didn't know that the Black Tower turned into a speck that flowed with the surging stream and was rapidly rushing into the distance. This river would finally return to the sea, the exit of the desolate north.
Ling Han didn't care so much. He entered the Black Tower and reunited with his mother.
Son. After seeing Ling Han, Yu Hongchang, who'd stopped her tears, instantly cried in streams again, hugging Ling Han, unwilling to let go. She'd already waited 18 years by now and had assumed there would be no chance in this life for a reunion, but heaven was not cold to her, and finally, she saw her son again. Ling Han was also stirred up with emotion. He finally had a father and mother in this life.
Chapter 5:10. Going Solo.
Rêverie.
The mother and son spoke for a long time. It was basically Yu Hongchang asking how he spent the many years.
Ling Han naturally reported the good and not the bad, and when she found out that her son had become a heaven-grade alchemist, Yu Hongchang was shocked speechless. No wonder Ao Feng and the others called Ling Han Master Ling. Turns out her so was quite accomplished. After chatting for half a day, Ling Han said, "Mother, let me introduce you to some people.
He brought Yu Hongchang over to see Lu Yutong and the others.
It's our honor to see Mistress.
Kan Yi, Zhu Wujiu, and Guang Yuan paid respects kneeling on one knee, while the three girls sweetly called her auntie. Hu Niu was somewhat muddled, biting on a finger. Yu Hongchang was instantly unable to conceal her happiness. These three girls were all so charming, especially Zhu Xian'er, who was so beautiful that even she would be touched. Her son was truly fortunate to find such beautiful wives. The three girls obviously ingratiated themselves intentionally. This was their future mother-in-law. Even if Ling Han wasn't interested in them, as long as they captured the heart of the mother-in-law, would they still fear not being able to become Ling Han's wife?
Son, is this your daughter?
Seeing Hu Niu, Yu Hongchan was involuntarily somewhat dumbfounded. Her son was only so mature, and he already has such a large daughter. Hu Niu stuck her hands on her hips and said in all seriousness, "Definitely not. Niu is Ling Han's wife." Yu Hongchan was speechless. This girl was only so old, and she said she wanted to be her son's wife. How long would her son have to wait? How long would she also have to wait before holding a grandson in her arms? However, this little girl was also really charming, delicate and beautiful, and after she grew up, her looks probably wouldn't be inferior to Zhu Xian'er's. Hee, take the adults and keep the small one, all would be Ling family's people in the future. If Ling Dongxing dared to be so fickle, Yu Hongchang would definitely turn into a lioness, but it would be different for her son. The more wives the better, and best that all of them had big butts and could give birth to more grandsons and granddaughters for her. At this time, Ling Han had no room to interrupt. Yu Hongchan took the absolute initiative as she pulled on the Lu Yutong and the other two girls, chattering away like they were already a family. Hu Niu was unadapted to such an atmosphere and began to eat again, not fearing that being able to eat so much would scare the future mother-in-law. "Kan Yi, your path of martial arts is not by my side." Ling Han called Kan Yi over. "Following me, you can only become an expert in the future, but not a master of a generation." He paused shortly, then went on, "I hope you can become a great master in the way of the saber, the emperor of sabers." Kan Ye's breathing instantly sped up. He'd never thought Ling Han had such high expectations for him. He put up no pretenses, half kneeling as he said, "Master Han, I definitely won't disappoint your expectations." Ling Han nodded and said, "I'll give you enough resources, but at most to send you to the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. The following road you'll have to walk on your own. However, the path you take on your own is the true martial arts that belongs to you."
"I understand."
Kan Yi nodded. Ling Han pondered and said, "You can first go to Middle State. I'll be going there next, but not under the identity of Ling Han." Kan Yi understood. Everyone knew that Ling Han acquired the 12 Palaces legacy, and even knew the location of a god's treasure trove. If Ling Han still casually ran to the Middle State, he'd be broken into pieces by shattering void tier elites immediately. "I'll still be called Han Lin. You can take note, but don't inquire intentionally," Ling Han followed.
"Yes."
Kan Yi nodded repeatedly. Ling Han threw Kan Yi several spatial rings filled with all sorts of medicinal ingredients and other ingredients from within the Black Tower. This needed several spatial rings to pack, so it could be imagined how many things were inside. Kan Yi was not at all reserved. He kept his appreciation in his heart. If Ling Han needed anything in the future, he would be Ling Han's saber, slashing towards any enemy.
"Go!"
Ling Han let Kan Yi out of the Black Tower. The surging river water naturally couldn't do anything to a spiritual pedestal tier warrior. The Black Tower drifted with the waves, and after 10 days, Ling Han finally came out of the Black Tower. At this moment, he was already far from the Winter Moon Sect's territory. Having not found Ling Han in those many days, those spiritual infant tier cultivators completely lost track of him. However, these people were very likely to ambush him at the Fallen Moon Gorge, the land that had to be passed to enter the desolate north. Spiritual infant tier experts ambushing a spiritual pedestal tier 1. Saying this was extremely laughable, but Ling Han had a god's skeletal remains that even spiritual infant tiers dared not approach. So obviously, they could only ambush him, not daring to let Ling Han summon the god's corpse. Ling Han shook his head inwardly. The two god corpses weren't preserved properly and were sucked of their godly essence, so the god tier's oppressive might was actually continuously fading. It was probably not long before they completely turned to normal bones. However, he didn't care.
Suppressing others with God's bones was no help at all to his path of martial arts, and if it hadn't been for saving his mother this time, he actually wouldn't have wanted to use it. There were too many resources in the Black Tower, such as king-tier beast's meat, high-tier origin crystals, various medicinal ingredients, and spiritual liquid. With these things added together, Ling Han's cultivation advanced to late stage of the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier in a dozen days, arriving not far from the flower blossom tier. His brute force finally advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier as well, but the improvement rate began to slow down. After all, it caught up to Ling Han's tier, unlike before where it improved at an explosive speed. Everyone's improvements were evident. Yu Hongchang, who was originally at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, improved to the 4th layer in roughly half a month's time. It was clear how much benefit she received from the Black Tower. In half a month, I can charge at the flower blossom tier, Ling Han muttered. If those old bastards still dare to bully me, I'll use Black Tower's power boost again to crush and kill each and every one of them, making them drop the idea forever. Advancing into the flower blossom tier meant that he would finally take a true step in martial arts and break away from the identity of a mortal, possessing 200 years more lifespan and being able to fly in flesh. After another day, the majestic fallen moon gorge appeared before him. It was as if a mark cut by a divine saber and could almost be claimed a wonder. He walked over in large strides. He had to go to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall because he'd once promised to let Long Yongchong and the others observe him refining Restore Spirit Pill. In the end, he had Lu Jitong directly send the medicinal pill to Rain Country. However, there were many medium-level Earth-grade medicinal pills he could refine, so he'd just change one to refine. Xiao, an attack stormed over, as fast as lightning. Ling Han's instincts were faster than his consciousness, entering right into the Black Tower. This attack was too terrifying, reaching the level of the spiritual infant tier. Not to mention that he didn't even have the time to activate the Thunder Battle Armor. Even if could, it wouldn't be able to block a spiritual infant tier's heavy attack. The gap was truly too great. Hong, the place he was originally at, instantly became a deep pit as a giant mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The destructive power of the spiritual infant tier was too terrifying. This was aiming for his life. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.